10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff.
Two of the top teams in the state of Alabama in Class 5A square off. It's the final week of region play across the Yellowhammer State as number 5 Southside makes the trip down to St. Clair County to face number 8 Moody for our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. It's our second annual Battle of the Belt presented tonight by Southeastern Utility Services as we wish you a happy Friday and, of course, a happy game day from Bill Morris Stadium here in Moody, Alabama, just in the shadows of the campus of Moody High School. James Hardy with you as we kick off our S&H Waterproofing and Construction Countdown Kickoff. James Hardy with you along with Coach Eddie Bullock and our FNN crew with us on this very balmy but comfortable Friday evening. And Eddie, first off, a happy Friday. And this is a big game that should pit as far as a couple of outstanding teams coached by a couple of young, bright, up-and-coming coaches in this state.
Right. It's a huge game with huge implications, so I'm looking forward to seeing what takes place.
And when you look at those implications, Eddie, first for Southside, this is an opportunity. They're still undefeated in region play as they come in at 7-1 overall, 5-0 in region play. Moody at 7-2 overall, 4-1. In region play for Moody. This is their final game of the regular season as well, their senior night. But for Southside, it's an opportunity with a win to clinch their sole possession of Class 5A Region 6 and what would be their first region championship since 2014.
Almost 10 years, and you got two different things going on. You got Southside, which has an incentive to win that region. You have most having senior night, so, that's the added motivation for them. So, we're going to be in for some great football tonight.
When you look at great football for both of these teams, you look at two of the top running backs in the state of Alabama. For Southside, Mason Teague, and then Blaine Burke, who's a home run threat, according to second-year coach Jake Gaines for Moody.
Absolutely. You got two guys that I think are home run threats.
And when we look at our keys to victory later on in our countdown to kickoff, we'll tell you as far as how big both of those players are. You look across the state of Alabama at these two teams, number 5 South, number 8 Moody. As you mentioned, Moody 7-2 overall, 4-1 in Class 5A Region 6. Their Southside 7-1. They've won 7 in a row after losing their season opener to Guntersville, and they've been one of the most resilient teams, Eddie, facing a lot of injuries, including their star quarterback Gage Neesmith in just second week of the season, but they have been outstanding as a team all the way around on both offense, defense, and special teams this year.
Well, I think with losing Neesmith, they sort of bonded together and they found an identity, and they found it very quickly. So hats off to coach for rallying the troops together and keeping them going in the face of adversity.
Now this is just all-time meeting between these two teams as Southside lost Moody at home up in Etowah County 35-13 last season. This series began in 2012, so just a very recent series between these two teams. So should be a rock-solid ball game, kind of a preview of things to come possibly for both of these teams in the postseason. Southside and Moody will get a solid seed no matter what happens tonight. And Southside, even if they lose tonight, looks as if that they will get a first-round home game in a couple of weeks. And Moody needs a little bit of help. They certainly need to win tonight, and it would likely have to have Leeds lose to Lincoln as well if they want to have a first-round home game in the postseason. So should have some good teams in the postseason as far as those top 3 seeds in Class 5A Region 6. And we saw a couple of really solid squads in Class 6A last week as far as our FNN High School football game of the week. And number 2, Clay Chalkville certainly put on a show over at Lamar Field in Oxford last week. Give up the middle. Osley stretches for the end zone, and he's in for the touchdown. Pressure coming, throws over the middle, and that is complete at midfield for the first down and more, as that is a huge play for Clay Chalkville to keep that. They said that was shy of the first down, a fumble on the play, and Oxford says they have it. Rush comes, and that's blocked. So it'll be Oxford picking it up, and Clay Chalkville coming up with a huge special teams play. Throws toward the end zone and caught for the touchdown. Chambers now in at running back as he plunges up the middle and into the end zone for the touchdown. And Bakwe loads it up and throws down the field, and that's intercepted in the end zone. And made the throw over the middle and into the end zone for the touchdown for Nick Richardson. Play give to Wilson. Big running room and the first down and more, as he advances forward all the way to about the 45-yard line. Play action for Mims. Under pressure, wrapped up, and got slammed down, in fact. Throw to the end zone for Richardson for the touchdown.
Highway 59. There's a place we call home. A place where you can raise a family, start a business, or enjoy a lazy summer day on the river. It's a place with a small town feel and big town opportunities. Welcome to Rainbow City. Just a short drive from Birmingham, Chattanooga, or Huntsville. Rainbow City is a growing community where everyone is family. So welcome to Rainbow City. Come grow with us.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the river for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Our countdown to kickoff brought to you by SNH Waterproofing and Construction rolls on. As Southeastern Utility Services brings you our FNN High School football game of the week, and there you see our countdown to kickoff, a big one between number 5 Southside and number 8 Moody for a Class 5A Region 6 championship. But as we bring Jim Jacobs in to our telecast, a lot of big ones in the final region week of the 2023 season.
Boy, you guys aren't kidding. I mean, a lot of great games, Coach, tonight that are it's going to have some big implications.
Absolutely correct. Just looking forward to seeing the outcome about 9:30.
All right, well, let's get started. We don't need to hold back anything. Here's the first one, Ragland at Spring Garden. Playoff implications in this one, Coach. We saw Ragland earlier this season. I think Spring Garden has improved over the season. What are your thoughts?
I think they really have improved. And, Jim, I looked at this game. I've been contemplating this game all week. I was looking over the matchups this week, and I just got a feeling Spring Garden is going to pull this game out at home. You said go Garden, go. I just think they're going to pull it out. I know they started off kind of rough, but I think they're going to pull it out.
Yeah, let's go short and sweet on this one. G.
That's right.
Yeah, going Spring Garden here as well.
All right, next up, this one's an interesting football game. This even has playoff implication possibilities. Some crazy things would have to happen for Weaver to get in. Childersburg seems to be in the driver's seat, but Beulah, Coach, coming to Bearcat Stadium tonight over there at Weaver High School. What do you think?
I think, Beulah's, they have some, I guess, something to try to play for right there, and I think Weaver has some implications, but I don't know. This kind of a toss-up for me right now, and I'm going to go with the home team. I'm going to go with the Bearcats at home.
Both vastly improved teams. Weaver, one of the most improved teams in our area this season. And they've been competitive in almost every game this year, and I like them to win tonight as well at home.
Yeah, I like what Ken Kofer's got going over at Weaver, and I like the Bearcats to pick up the W tonight as well. Next up on our big ones, here's a good one, Vincent and Thorsby. And, Coach, if I'm not mistaken, this is for second and third in that region, right behind B.B. Comer.
And I think that's something that you have to play for, something that you want to try to get that first game at home. So with that being said, I believe Thornsby's at home, right?
That's right.
And I believe I'm going to go with Thornsby at home.
Yeah. You like Thorsby, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thorsby at home, says Coach Bullock. I think I kind of like Vincent in this one, guys.
I think I'm with you, Jim, on that. I like Vincent as well, as it appears we're getting close to the national anthem.
All right, well, we will pick that up and have that for you right here on the FNN Game of the Week.
I pray for a fair game between our two teams, Lord. I pray that you give us the courage to play this game with our words and actions pleasing to you, Lord. And I pray for a speedy recovery for one of our cheerleaders, Peyton Myers, Lord. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Morris Stadium here on the campus, or at least just at the shadows of the campus of Moody High School. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and Jim Jacobs with you as we resume our look at some big ones across our area of the Yellowhammer State.
All right, let's see if we can get the next one up here. Let's see, we looked at that one. Let's look at this one. Boy, Coach, how about this? Hoax Bluff and Piedmont. If Hoax Bluff wins, they are a solid number 3 in the region. If Ohatchee, which we'll look at in a minute, wins, Piedmont is out. If Piedmont wins, they could finish as high as 3rd, depending upon what happens with Ohatchee tonight at Plainview. Now, with all that complicated stuff out of the way, Coach, who you got?
Well, this is a tough game for me right here. Piedmont is playing tough, but I've seen Hoax Bluff play, and I just don't know if Piedmont can pull that game out at home with what Hoax Bluff is going in there with. So I'm kind of leaning toward Hoax Bluff on the road.
I think the reason I'm leaning toward Hoax Bluff tonight is there's so many opportunities you get to go into the Field of Champions and win if you're Hoax Bluff, and they have to take advantage tonight, and I think they do.
Yeah, I like the Eagles in this one against the Bulldogs tonight, and it could be sayonara playoffs in year 1 for Jonathan Miller. Here's a game that has a little bit of an implication. I don't really see this game as being very close, but Anniston heads over to L.E. Bell Field tonight, Coach, to take on the Tigers.
And I'll just say Anniston.
Yeah, same here.
Good enough. I'm with you guys. I like the Bulldogs in that one as well. All right, here's a good one. Center Point at Oxford. Coach, I got to tell you, the Jackets didn't do nothing for me last week.
No, they didn't. I think they kind of – I thought they would, Clay Chalkville is a machine, but Oxford didn't really look bad. But, hey, I'm going with the hometown team this time, the Calhoun County. I'm going with the Yellow Jackets.
Staying with the Jackets. What do you think, James?
I'm saying this is an opportunity to bounce back, and Oxford needs to bounce back, and they will.
And this would give them second place and a hosting position come November 10th to get the playoffs underway in Class 6A. All right, here's a challenging one tonight. Two teams that have not won a game this season between them, Talladega and Alexandria. Something's got to give, Coach. Will the Ghost come through?
The Ghost has to come through. There will be an uproar if Alexandria does not defeat Talladega tonight, so I'm going with Alexandria Valley Cubs all the way.
And this is the season finale for Alexandria and a statement opportunity for Talladega, but I think Alexandria gets it done tonight.
Alexandria has never, ever in the history of the program had an 0-10 season. And, Coach, it ain't happening this year either.
Absolutely.
I like the Valley Cubs, Todd Ginn and his crew. All right, we talked about this game a little bit earlier. Ohatchee and Plainview tonight. Ohatchee on the road. I understand that Jesse Baswell plays in this game, and because of that, I like the Tribe.
And I'm with you, Tribe, all the way. The Creek Bank Tribe.
Must win for Ohatchee tonight, and they get it done as well.
Boy, they kind of were in this same boat last year and came through, so we like Ohatchee in the ball game. All right, up next, here's one that has playoff implications as well. Guntersville on the road at Sardis to take on the Lions.
Yeah, solid season for both teams. Sardis almost kind of really a newcomer as far as being able to be a playoff contender, but I like Guntersville tonight.
Well, I'm sort of with you. I think Guntersville probably got a little bit more, I want to say, experience, within this season right here. So I'm leaning toward Guntersville as well.
All right, now I kind of like Guntersville in this one as well. And, of course, that gets us to the reason we are on the road tonight at the Bill. And there it is right there in front of you. Moody and Southside for all the marbles, guys. Class 5A Region 6 championship on the line. Southside can win it outright. If the Blue Devils upset them tonight, they will basically create a three-way tie that really all kind of is already settled for the most part. Some crazy things could happen when you get down into the tiebreaker, James, but this looks like a Southside-Moody matchup that ought to be a lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely. And you look at Southside's record last year. In fact, the 5-6 mark was their record the last 2 years. So it's been an outstanding, one of the best coaching jobs in the state of Alabama this season, considering the numerous injuries that Miles Holcomb's Southside Panthers have gone through to get to this point where they have an opportunity to go undefeated and clinch a sole possession of their first region championship since 2014, as we already have the game captains coming out for the Southside Panthers. They've actually already concluded their home schedule this season with a 49-21 win at home against Alexandria last week, and they have one more regular season game next week at rival Etowah. There you see Gage Neesmith along with Titan Rich and Brody McCutcheon along with Jake Stewart as the quartet of captains for the Southside Panthers. We're getting ready for our captains meeting and the toss of the coin as our SNH waterproofing and construction countdown to kickoff rolls on, with about 9 minutes or so until these two teams kick off, Moody and Southside, for the final time in region play in 2023. Both teams will be heading to the postseason no matter what happens tonight. If the season ended right now, Moody would have to go on the road because they're on the short end of a tiebreaker thanks to the 24-21 loss that the Blue Devils had at Leeds across I-20 on Highway 411 last week. In fact, that was a game, Eddie, that it was tied 21 late in the fourth quarter. Moody had a fumble inside their own 25. Leeds recovered and ultimately got the game-winning kick. And then right after that, Moody was able to drive the field only to have their game-tying attempt at a field goal blocked to end the game.
Well, and there's a lot of marbles, at stake in this particular game, and if you remember just a year ago, Southside was trying to convince their guys, that they could play at home where, they did a tremendous job on the road. So, this game being able to win the region on the road falls right into their hand because, they got that mentality that they play better on the road. And, of course, Moody has a lot of emotions involved, so it's going to be a bun burner tonight.
So there you see the captains for tonight for the Moody Blue Devils, as you have A.J. Madison, Jacob Hadaway, Aiden Robinson, and Charlie Kitts. And take note as well that for Moody, they will be featuring players with duplicate numbers. Now, of course, one of those, as far as the duplicate numbers, will be on offense and the other on defense as well. And the Moody Blue Devils come in a rock-solid 7-2 on the season, as they were second in Class 5A Region 6 to Leeds a season ago in Coach Jake Gaines' debut campaign here at Moody High School. So the two captains, or at least the captains for the two teams, about ready to go to midfield as the Southside Panthers with one of their best seasons in the last decade, 7-1 overall, and right now undefeated in Class 5A Region 6. A win would give them sole possession of the region championship as our captains make their way to midfield. And we will have the meeting of the captains and our coin toss to see who gets the ball first tonight.
Come on, we got another one player from New York to the dirty. How they loving it, play, baby, you impressive. Let's get to know each other, you the best of the best. You gotta love it and the trust is the sexiest. I had to tell her she's a young Janet Jackson. Now I can even tell her, okay, mama, you're dead wrong. I have a new pants on, Caprice cut low, so when you shake it, I see it thong. My pockets full of dough, shaking feathers to the moon. And it's bad boy, Nelly, man, somebody better hold him.
And there you see that the Southside Panthers win the toss, and they elect to defer their option to the second half. So Moody will take the football to begin tonight's final region game of the season. And let's go ahead and take a look at some of our keys to victory. And Eddie, we talked about it right at the very top of this telecast. You have two of the top running backs in the state of Alabama, and obviously who can establish their running game will be critical tonight.
Absolutely, and that's for both teams. Both teams going to have to make sure they establish, and of course with them being running teams, that's going to be a factor. And, hey, I mentioned emotions earlier as we were waiting on the coin toss. Moody got a police escort, one of my old friends, Jeff Smith tactics. They got a police escort out to the parking lot, and all of their football players has just entered the stadium. So it's going to be interesting. I know they amped up.
And you talked about the emotions, and it certainly would help their emotions to get off to a good start tonight.
Absolutely. And they're doing everything to play into those emotions.
And in a big game, Eddie, special teams and a great kicker can mean the difference between winning and losing. For Southside, they have one of the top kickers in Class 5A in Caleb Ogle.
Absolutely. So, hey, I'm getting excited. When I saw the police escort, I got excited.
And we have a fireworks show as far as to get us started as Moody and Southside make their way out onto the playing surface here at Bill Morris Stadium. Southeastern Utility Services presents to you our FNN High School football game of the week as we're about ready to get things started, as we're about a week away from closing out the 2023 regular season. These two teams certainly have promising futures as far as their postseason hopes in Class 5A. Metro Bank will bring you our kickoffs for this evening, located on Highway 77, 2325 Highway 77 and Southside. And their number at 256-456-0099. So Metro Bank brings you our kickoffs for this region clash, an opportunity for Southside to try and take sole possession of the 5A Region 6 championship. And Moody wants to at least claim a share if they can pull off the victory tonight. McMichael Waste brings you our first quarter, as it'll be Caleb Ogle set to kick things off for the Southside Panthers. We're actually located on the visiting side of the field tonight, opposite the press box. A little unusual for us, but a good, solid vantage point from the visiting stands this evening, as we're right behind the Southside bench. And it'll be the Moody Blue Devils in their navy blue tops and bottoms set to receive.
Hey, I think we got the second best view. The best view is on the 50, and we on the 40.
A.J. Madison, one of the deep returners for Moody, awaiting the return. End over end kick. And that'll be fielded about the 6-yard line. Solid blocking off to the far side, as the tackle by Southside will be made around the 30-yard line. It was K.D. Barnes on the opening kickoff return for Moody, as the Blue Devils will have possession, first down and 10. And Charlie Johnson, a prototypical drop-back passer at 6'5", 175 pounds, a transfer from Mountain Brook. The junior will call the signals for Moody as we take a look at the starters presented by Congressman Mike Rogers. Blaine Burke will be the running back. Josiah Dozier, Jacob Hadaway, Charlie Kitts, and Aiden Robinson, your receivers. Here's Hadaway. Snap, and the counter give goes to Burke. Up the middle, breaks the tackle, has the first down. Crosses the 40 to 42-yard line. Very solid run. Down to open this game in on-time fashions, first down. So it'll be the Moody offense out of the huddle. In fact, no huddle very quickly. Huckabee, Caden Smith, Tyler Cruz, Logan Hall, and Jonathan Myers, the offensive line from left tackle to right tackle for Moody.
Well, James, I saw a couple of pancakes on that first play right there, so looked like Moody sending a message.
Quick throw to the far side for Burke, complete. A bubble screen pass, gets a solid gain and a lot more, as it'll be Burke taken down into Southside territory for another on-time fashions first down. A second look, just a simple little bubble screen pass, and good blocking and great patience by Burke to let his blocks develop. So a first down as D&G Roofing brings you all of our replays this evening. Michael Waste, our first quarter coverage. Drive began around the 30-yard line and the ball at the 40 of Southside. Delay give goes to Burke, and he's tripped up and taken down right at the line of scrimmage. Blake Phillips helping out on the tackle for Southside. Phillips, one of the linebackers, and we'll take another D&G Roofing second look at that solid tackle by Southside.
Well, it's just outside linebacker right there coming in, making that play right there. You got two of them on him, and they played it perfect.
Titan Rich also helping out on the tackle for Southside. A couple of those linebackers. Second down, and 9 yards to go after a 1-yard gain. Give goes to Burke. He stood up and falls forward for about a yard or so. Looking at the rest of the Southside defense, Cameron Flowers and Javante Strong, the defensive ends. Grant Golden, the nose tackle. Mason Stevens and Titan Rich, the inside linebackers. Braden Bowers moving to outside linebacker with Cooper Horton's departure due to an ACL injury, and Blake Phillips, the other linebacker. Brody Burnett, Silas Osborne, the corners. Cole Garrett, Brody McCutcheon, the safeties. That's your Congressman Mike Rogers starting lineup for the Southside defense. 3rd down and 8. First down line to reach the 30 for Moody. It'll be the pop pass, and reading it perfectly is the Southside defense's Brody McCutcheon comes up on the tackle for loss. K.D. Barnes received that pass as we'll take a D&G Roofing second look at that TFL.
Well, they just outflanked right there. I mean, he came up and did what he's supposed to did right there. And they're running east and west right now. They were having better success when they was running on the interior with the inside zone, you know.
So that was a loss of 3 on 3rd and 8, and looks as if that Charlie Johnson and the Moody offense, they want to go for it on 4th down. Not a bad part of the field to go for it as the play clock down to 10 seconds. There you take a look at Jake Gaines looking over his offense on a big 4th down. Southside wants to get off the field with solid field position. Play clock down to 0, and looks as if it'll be the flag on the play, and punting time coming up for Moody. So a solid job defensively by Southside as they gave up a few yards, but like a lot of their defensive possessions, the last time we saw Southside against Leeds, their defense doesn't break.
Right, they bend, but they don't break. And I think Moody may have gotten out of rhythm right there. So they ran 3 consecutive jet plays, you know, trying to get east to west. And, you know, as soon as Southside read jet, they coming downhill.
It'll be McMichael back to receive. It'll be one of those duplicate numbers in Caleb Goff to punt, and that's a very high but short punt. However, gets a rock solid, a great, in fact, Moody roll inside the 10 and comes to a stop at the 4-yard line. Not pretty, but very effective that time for Caleb Goff.
Absolutely. You said it best. Hey, it wasn't pretty at all, but extremely effective.
And we'll take a Congressman Mike Rogers look at the starting lineups for Southside as Jordan Bryan, a very reliable quarterback this year for Southside following the injury to Gage Neesmith, will come out onto the field. Mason Teague, one of the top running backs in Class 5A at running back. McMichael, Cooney, and McNair, 3 of the wide receivers, and Cooper Head, the starting tight end. Also, Jamin Brown, you take a look at the left tackle on the offensive line for Southside. Give goes to Teague. Having a hard time finding running room as he does get across the 5 to about the 7-yard line on second effort. Rest of the offensive line for Southside from left guard to right tackle, Talon Jenkins, Jake Stewart, Evan McDonald, and Reese Thomason. For the Moody defense, you'll have Cameron Mallory at nose tackle. Also Logan Hall and Simon Molay as the defensive ends. Zane Smith, Marshall Teofilo, Gavin Baker, and Brady Dodd as the linebackers. Give to Teague off the right side. Cannot turn the corner, but does fight for yardage as he pushes the pile toward the 9-yard line. So that's going to set up a 3rd down and still about medium to long yardage to go. The first down line to reach for Southside will be the 15-yard line.
Right, they're very physical. Both teams are very physical up front.
Defensive backfield for Moody, Sidney Walton and Chase Jackson the corners. A.J. Madison, Caleb Goff, your safeties. And also looks as if that Eric Vance out on the field at one of those defensive back spots here on 3rd down for Moody. 3rd and 7. Play clock down to 7. Keeper for Bryan. Tries to turn the corner, needs the 15, and shoved out of bounds about the 12-yard line. Now that's where Moody had a lot of trouble against Connor Nelson for leads last week, but Moody does a solid job defending that quarterback keeper for Southside. So it's going to be a 3-and-out, and Moody should have some outstanding field position coming up on the punt for Caleb Ogle.
I was about to say that with the way they flipped the field on that punt right there, they should get outstanding field position.
So it'll be 4th down and 6. They'll actually spot the football back at the 9-yard line, so just a 1-yard gain for Jordan Bryan. Ogle awaits the snap. Solid punt that time for Ogle, as it'll be a fair catch for A.J. Madison decides to return and gets a few yards upfield inside the 40, so outstanding real estate to start this second drive coming up for Moody.
And if he'd have had one block right there, James, he could have took that to the distance.
It'll be a 1st down and 10 from the Southside 39 for Moody. They want to get a win and at least clinch a share of the region championship here in 5A Region 6, as Moody was able to begin their opening drive around their own 30-yard line, drive inside the 40, but Southside's defense was able to stiffen up and force a punt on Moody's opening offensive possession. McMichael Waste with our first quarter coverage, as we're a little less than 7 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. Victory Law also brings you our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. So Charlie Johnson, who had a couple of pass completions on that opening drive, looks as if also a flag thrown and a penalty going on Moody on a hold on the return. And there you see the indication on the hold, so a bit of a break for Southside, as it'll still be excellent field position for Moody, but right on the other side of midfield, still in Southside territory. Johnson gives Burke, and he'll get stood up right at the line of scrimmage. Excellent run defense by the Southside Panthers, as you take a look at a couple of their defenders led by number 12 Cameron Flowers, as well as Colby Dodd helping out on the tackle. So to be 2nd down, just a yard gain for Burke. 3-man front shown by Southside. Almost at the halfway point of the first quarter. Johnson awaits the snap. And he'll give to Burke, cuts it up, and wrestles his way forward to about the 46-yard line. Still good defense that time to read the run play for Southside. Braden Bowers leading the way on the tackle, and also Grant Golden from his defensive line spot on the stop.
Well, they run the inside zone right there, and the offensive line right now is not getting a push. They zone blocking, but it's more lateral instead of getting next level. You gotta go next level because they got 6 in the box up there.
Johnson drops, looks over the D, under pressure, steps up, and goes down across the 45 to the 44-yard line. Excellent pressure applied by Cameron Flowers on the quarterback, Charlie Johnson. There you see an excellent rush that time by Flowers, getting around Jonathan Myers, the right tackle for Moody, as it'll be another 4th down and 5 yards to go. So to keep this drive alive, Moody needs the 39 for the 1st down. Big 4th down opportunity for Southside to get off the field. Snap. Plenty of time. Throw over the middle, and that is complete for the 1st down and a whole lot more, as K.D. Barnes advances deeper into Southside territory for a clutch 1st down catch.
Oh, he stood in there and he threw that thing. They gave him all day right there. He stood in there and he rifled that ball right down there. It's a great throw, great catch.
And there you see Cole Garrett, Eddie, was just about 2 seconds late from being able to break up that ball, as there's the quick handoff and a loss on the play for the running back in Blaine Burke, as Southside read that play perfectly for a TFL. So you also saw, by the way, the D&G Roofing second look as far as that KD Barnes reception that got the ball to the 23 of Southside. That was about a 20-yard catch on 4th and 5. Play action. Johnson throws toward the end zone into coverage, and that's incomplete.
Oh, it hit him in the hands, though. He threw away his receiver, only had a chance.
I tell you what, though, Brody McCutcheon had great coverage on Braden Wright.
Excellent coverage, but watch this throw right here. It's going to hit him it's going to hit him right there in the hands.
That was a perfect
Look, right
throw.
there. It hits him perfectly in the hands right there.
Yeah, that was – you couldn't have made a better throw if you're Charlie Johnson that time.
Absolutely. You got to make that catch. You got to make that catch. Great coverage, though. Great coverage.
So it's going to result in a 3rd down and 13 to go. Line to reach for the first down, the 13-yard line. Johnson tosses far side complete. As will be KD Barnes being wrapped up and should be close to the first down and good enough for the first down.
And what I'm noticing, secondary is playing like that's a timing route right there. They're giving them 12 to 14 yards cushion, and that's exactly what Moody has to do to open this thing up. They got to throw those short underneath passes and then get them down, and once they get them down, then you can go over the top.
Burke up the middle, squirms his way through inside the 10 to about the 7-yard line. Already a couple of on-time fashion first downs on 3rd and 4th down for Moody on this drive. As we approach the 3.5-minute mark here in the first quarter, brought to you by McMichael Waste. So it'll be a 2nd and goal situation.
The middle is wide open.
Johnson throws back shoulder fade and caught for the touchdown. Excellent grab. Perfect throw that time on the back shoulder fade by Wright to Johnson to KD Barnes.
And if we can see that again, Jim, you see he releases that ball before he ever get out his break right there. If you watch closely, he throws the ball now, and he's even not out of his break right there yet. And that's an excellent throw and catch.
Oh, yeah, that's a pinpoint throw that time by Charlie Johnson. And here's at least a scramble situation as anybody's ball, as that'll be intercepted, and what results in a 2-point conversion attempt is no good. So Moody does take advantage, however, on an 8-yard touchdown pass from Charlie Wright to KD Barnes to get the first points on the board this evening, up 6-0 late in the first quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5 and bring it for free refills throughout the year. And say every day your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious oleo donuts over years that you're looking for today.
FNN brought tonight by Southeastern Utility Services. McMichael Waste with our first quarter covered. And we'll have another kickoff on the way for Moody. First kickoff brought to you by Metro Bank. So it'll be Cole Garrett and Mason Teague deep to receive around their own 5-yard line for Southside. An 8-yard touchdown pass from Johnson to KD Barnes has given Moody the first points of the night. As we approach the 3-minute mark left in the opening quarter. Final region week in the state of Alabama, our Battle of the Belt for 2023. Marino with the end-over-end kick to Garrett at the 2. Lets his blocks develop, breaks down, and across the 15 to about the 17 for Cole Garrett. So Southside just on their second offensive possession of the night as they've had the short end of field position so far in this first quarter.
Moody's keeping them pent back right now, excellent kicking game. And field position plays an important role.
Our FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you every week by our good friends at FNN Bank. Surface solutions and strength isn't just a tagline, just a way of doing business for FNN Bank. 1st and 10 from their own 18 for Southside. Bryan gives to Teague. Wants to go off the right side, has room, and a flag on the play. As Teague crosses the 35, goes out of bounds, but we got some yellow hanky back upfield.
Yeah, it's thrown in an area where it's usually a hole in that, so I think you're probably going to see this one come back.
Yeah, we'll take a D&G Roofing second look, and there's the holding call going right as Teague turns the corner. But not sure who got the holding call that time, but a bad break for the Southside Panthers as they'll be backed up inside their own 10-yard line. About half the distance is almost the full 10 yards. And so it'll mark the football somewhere around the 9 or the 10-yard line. Opening drive for South started about their own 4-yard. So not an opportunity for Miles Holcomb to open up his playbook for Jordan Bryan and this powerful Southside offense.
Right, you become predictable right here because, you know, you can run it, which would be conservative, but you got to, you know, you're expecting a pass in this situation right here.
Head comes in motion. Give, go, get, or rather to Teague. It's bottled up and taken down about the line scrimmage, make a 1-yard loss.
And that's sort of what you expect, right? A conservative content back against the young goal line. So right there, that was a long right there. That was a yard, maybe yard and a half.
So I started a little bit slow last week against Alexandria in their home rally on senior night, but were able still to put 49 points aboard last week. A lot better team, though, tonight on Moody on a 2nd and long. Play clock down to 10. Bryan wants to throw and fires, and that's incomplete. Getting rid of it as the pocket collapsed that time for Bryan. So it's a 3rd from the 8.
And see, that's where it's tough at, James, because, you know, the defense know you got right here. You got to throw at least 20, or you go some kind of screen around a draw.
So I imagine back in their own territory, going to be very conservative, as you were alluding to, Eddie, on this 3rd and 20, because the line to race at the first down is their own 28 for side with less to go in the quarter. McMichael Waste for first quarter coverage.
So right here, defensively, you'll be watching for screens or you'll be watching for balls right here because they get to throw at least 20 yards to get the first yard.
And we'll have a whistle before the snap. Don't see a flag on the play. And looks as if, let's find out exactly the timeout on the field, what it is.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I saw back from that. He rolled inside right, going to throw the screen back to the left.
Well, there's your indication at the offside, so that's a bit of a fake for Southside as they get a bit more breathing room to the. So still 3rd and 15 on the way for the Southside offense. Southside, or as Bryan in the offense looks toward Coach Miles Holcomb for the play call. 3 receivers toward our far side. Roll and pump fakes and throws the real route near side and is intercepted. As one-handed interception, Chase Jackson in the house for the touchdown.
Hey, and I'll tell you, I saw a sprint out in the throwback right there, and that's exactly what it did. That's an athletic play by the safety right here.
Let's take a second look from D&G Roofing. There's a one-handed interception. That looked like you could get a ball, Eddie, on that pick 6.
About 40 years ago. But hey, that's an athletic play right there. I mean, he did Odell Beckham Jr. number on that interception.
B. Jason will be a Sports Center top 10 tonight. Junior Moreno comes on for the PA. And we have a bit of early movement prior to the snap.
On the left side of the line of scrimmage, right? I believe the left tackle.
So we'll get the initial indication. Start for Jake Gaines's Moody Blue Devils as they've been able to dominate field position, and on that most recent third and able to come down with a pick things at Chase Jackson. So Junior Moreno have a 25-yard extra point on the way. Brady the hold. Good kick, it is up, and it is. So we'll take the timeout. 13-0 on top of the first quarter here on the FNN High School football game. Our battle.
At home with the best custom built to fit your needs with delivery and setup, design and price. Stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our price. Nobody beats our quality. Built Alabama, made in Alabama. Pets.com.
The FNN High Football Game Week and our battle for the best brings you to Christian, Alabama, as the Association leads number 5 Southside 13-0. Chase Jackson coming up with a Sports Center Type 10-esque one-handed pick six prior to our last time out. Moreno readies for the kickoff. End over end kick toward Cole Garrett. Fields at the 2. Wants to angle toward the near side. Sheds one tackle. And turns the corner. Has running room. 40. And out of bounds across the 40 to the 42-yard line. And let's see, Eddie, if this gets a little adrenaline going for Southside.
Well, it's a great return right there. The coverage team kind of slanted in, and you missed that tackle earlier right there, and that just that set him up right there, and he did a great job following his wall on the left side.
There's a great D&G roofing replay look at Cole Garrett's return for 39 yards to the 41-yard line. Now, Jordan Bryan tossed a pick six of 23 yards to Chase Jackson on his last throw. Give goes to Teague. Bounces off the line, has running room, and the first down. Runs over a tackler and gets into Moody territory at the 39-yard line. A second look and watch Teague run, follow his blockers, and get into the open field for the first down around the Moody 40. But that's all coming back.
Teague just run that ball so hard, man. I love to see the way he run, man. He lowered that shoulder. He's going to be the hammer there. Most time I'm saying that he's been the hammer.
So a costly penalty for the Southside offense. So we'll get the official indication. That's a killer penalty because that would have been about a run of 19 yards for Mason Teague. Instead, it'll be a first and long from their own 31, a first and 20. In fact, that's the second time that Mason Teague has had a first down run wiped off on a holding call. Approaching 1 minute to go in the opening quarter. Charlie Johnson has a touchdown pass to KD Barnes. And also Chase Jackson has a pick six for Moody scoring tonight.
You may see something coming left now. See, they got a tackle over right here. So
Bryan knocked away by Sidney Walton, the cornerback. So it's going to be a 2nd down and 20 yards to go coming up for the Southside offense.
And I'll tell you some things. I'm impressed with Moody's speed. I mean, they got some guys back there in the secondary that fly around, and I got, speed. So I'm impressed.
Now, the South offense also in dire need of all play, just to kind of going here in the late in the first quarter. South has picked up a 1st down so far. Bryant fakes. Throw back to Teague. Fleet has running room, and a finger on the play is still on his inside yard line, but from the action of the side fake, looks as if this play is kept.
I think over here now he getting his hand outside. We did pass, but
and you can add and coach for Southside themselves as playing with all
outside the show 9 out of 10 call hold.
But on the side at side minutes
the ball, you see it's just fundamental take. Should you get out the tight
is held for spot foul, big yard long. Up the middle to the 30-yard. We come close the end of the quarters, capitalize on its field position. We're able to score a touchdown in the red zone. 6. Due to 1 quarter of play here in our Battle of the Belt. The FNN High School ball game is at Southside, nothing.
Just off of Highway 59, there's a place we call home. A place where you can raise a family, start a business, or enjoy a lazy summer day on the river. It's a place with a small town feel and big town opportunity. Welcome to Rainbow Cozy, named the safest city in Alabama. You can sleep easy night knowing Rainbow's police and fire departments always on guard. So welcome to the go with us.
Not empty to be at Bill Moore Stadium. Then high school ball game of the week. First quarter brought to you by the Red Word. Anthony coming out Southside offense. Garrett along with Teague, the running back. As will load play in the flat play. At least nearest. On our side at the sideline, dropping back at the 30. For the official indication. Already about 4 flags for Southside and just 1 Moody tonight. And it'll be flag number 2 going on Moody. So it'll be offside on Moody. Make it now 3rd down and about 15 yards to Bronte cuts it right going across the 40, maybe the 40 line. Still going to be 4th down, but a better field position for South, and it flip the field position in their favor as punting it comes.
They got an opportunity right now. You know, you don't see the scoreboard, but right here and playing a good solid defense give you an opportunity to get your back in a better position.
Our battle for help this evening. Caleb Ogle retreats the punt. A.J. Madison returns for Moody. There's going to slide winding, driving onto the 5th for Madison. Stutter steps. Still trying to find room. Flag on the play as Madison does not escape the coverage. Cody Cooney comes up for the special teams tackle. Almost a little bit of extracurricular activity between Kate Michael and one of the Moody punt return unit players. We'll see who the flag.
Well, I know you got one block in the back right here, but I'm thinking that other play over there may have been a blind side block on the offense.
Well, either way, it looks as if the flag's going to go on Moody. So it'd be a big help for Southside relative to field position. So also with the excellent special teams coverage, Southside's going to get the benefit as far as that spot foul penalty after the end of the game. So this will back up Moody inside their own 50-yard line. So this has been by far their worst starting field position of the night.
Absolutely, and right here, Southside has an opportunity to move the field, and they have. So let's see what they do with that.
Burke on the great tackling that time. Comes, reads the run, and Burke on the stop.
They're just giving up anything on the inside. I think in order for Moody to have any kind of success, before you can run inside, they're going to have to throw those little quick ball screens, little slot passes, quick game.
Burke in motion, gets the pass to the far side, at the 10, advances forward, lowers it, and goes out of bounds. One right on cue there, Eddie. So that should be close to the first down. It's going to be a battle of yards shy around 20-yard line. Written word, our second quarter coverage here on the FNN High School Football of the week. So 3rd down and 3. Gibb goes to Briss. He stood up and taken on for a loss in the backfield. Mike Hill along with Braden Burtell on the middle. So a big stop for side defense as a 4th down and shortcoming. And a late substitution as far as both of these units because it's punting Moody.
Well, they're going to have to get into the quick game and Southside to loosen up some because Southside just too much beat on the inside right now. They're dominating. They line defensively.
Caleb Goff back to punt from about 7-yard line. Southside receive outstanding field position. Is a fake. The 22 for the first down and will get the first down, and Morris Goff still on his feet to the 45 of Southside. And that was well-timed fake punt for Moody, Eddie.
Well, they put the ball in the best player's hand right there. They took a chance. He play.
Time to protect, not expecting Caleb off the punter to keep for a huge first down gain thanks to on-time fashions of just shy of 30 yards.
And that's what the emotions coming in at James. Southside is Moody is throwing everything coming out the woodwork with it. He's punt, going on 4th down. They play like they have nothing to lose.
Johnson, as protection breaks down, throw across, and that is complete. Midfield for the on fashions first down. And Moody advances inside the 10-yard line, and that's going to be a huge first down catch for Aiden Robinson.
Oh, man. Rolling to his right, full speed across his body, get catch, and he got across his body. I mean, I thought there would be a touchdown.
So this will be a press trip the second for Moody. They have to really separate themselves from they want it to 3 scores. Less than 9.5 minutes remain until halftime in this battle for the best. Also, the battle for reaching John's plenty of time. Up, wants to keep run, has the end zone in his sights, and he's in for the touchdown as Moody by 3 scores.
That kid, that's a kid, man, and that has man.
Almost like a huge pick truck at D's. We'll take a D in second look. Picking up the engine and rolls on the end zone. No way that one is going to be stopped. 19.
I mean, he's saying, man, you tell he's smart. He just made a quick decision to take off right then.
So the special teams unit shifts Moody. They want to try and go for 2 here.
Now, I don't like this because they're chasing points right now.
Here's the keeper up the middle and still on his feet. Right. Fights for the end zone. Is he in? And he is for the 2-point conversion. A little trickery from Coach Jake Gaines and comes up with a couple points for Moody as they're now up 21-0 here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week and our battle for the belt.
The Calhoun County Commission, Ed Wilson, Danny Carolyn Henderson asks you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
The Moody Blue Devils playing some of their best football of the season right now, up 21-0 with 9 minutes, 10 seconds remaining in the first half in our battle of the belt here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock with you here at Bill Morris Stadium, just shy of the campus of Moody High School here in St. Clair County. Coming down toward the finish line of the regular season, which is next week as far as the end of the regular season. This is the final region game of the year for both of these teams. Southside coming in undefeated in region play, while Moody in a tie for second with Leeds at 4-1. Junior Moreno set to kick. A really good end-over-end kick, but off to the near side and into the end zone for the touchback.
I thought for sure that ball was going out of bounds, but they got that Moody bounce.
Our FNN Game of the Week brought to you every week by our friends at the Grub Mart, home of that world-famous 99-cent bag of ice. Also, you saw a look at our 5 fine folks in the Calhoun County Commission that always present our halftime coverage here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. And we'll get to them here in about 9 minutes and some change in the second quarter. Southside in desperate need right now of some points on the board. First down and 10 from their own 20. Bryan will keep on the zone read, turns the corner, and gets some good yardage, and he's close to an on-time Fashions first down. In fact, that's the best official play of the night. No flag that time, Eddie, for Southside's offense on that first down run.
Right, it's a great run. They cleared the cornerback out, and Moody's playing man-to-man, so they selling out.
Well, maybe I might have spoken a bit too soon, Eddie.
Right. And I seen him walking backwards. I said, it's a flag somewhere. I just don't see it.
I think at this point, Eddie, we might as well just expect a flag on some of Southside's bigger plays. Because that's 4 times, Eddie, that a first down play has been wiped off the board due to a holding penalty.
And great plays at that.
So it'll be a first and 20 rather from now their own 10. Bryan fakes, throws, RPO pass to Cooney, complete, as it'll get back to the original line of scrimmage at the 20-yard line. So a solid first down and 20 play gets them even with the sticks now. So it'll be a 2nd and 10 from the 20-yard line. So already 5 penalties for Southside. 4 of those that have wiped off for big first down plays.
I was about to ask you how many penalties did they have at this point?
They've definitely been piling up, Eddie, here in the first half. It'll be the give to Teague. Wants to go off the right side, and he gets leveled, and not even to the line of scrimmage as he gets decked for a loss. So solid job by the Moody defense of reading that kind of counter play, that sweep play off the left side. So you had Caleb Goff help out on the tackle, coming up from his safety spot for Moody.
Well, you got a big third down. I want to say, about 11 or 12 yards right here. Of course, Southside like to throw that wide receiver screen, where they throw back. They roll to one side and throw back. They had a lot of success with that screen.
Here's Bryan, tosses near side, and that's complete. Perfect throw for the first down to Caden McMichael across the 40 to the 43-yard line.
Perfect throw. He never got defensive back, never got his head around. It's like he dropped it right in the bucket right there. He stepped back. He got rid of it in time. Perfect.
D&G Roofing with that second look, and perfect look at Caden McMichael coming up with a huge on-time Passions first down grab on 3rd down and 11. So that's a gain of 27 yards. First down coming up for Bryan and the Southside Panthers offense. Give to Teague, cuts it up the middle. A little bit of running room to about the 49-yard line. So solid defense on the run for Moody. Baker helping out from his linebacking spot on the tackle as there is an injured Blue Devil down on the field. And doesn't exactly look like a pretty sight for Coach Jake Gaines' Moody Blue Devils, as we'll go ahead and step aside for this quick timeout here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
Still an injured player down on a perfect weather evening here in Moody. Our game time temperature around 76 degrees. Should fall to about the mid-60s by the time this region finale is over. As we'll take a look at the injured Blue Devil. And looks like Brady Dodd getting helped off the field. It was in a lot of pain last first down play ended. All right, now it's all Moody, as they took advantage of standing field position, and then they scored a 15-0 lead after 1, and they've had a big plays, actually plenty of big plays on offense as well. And Charlie Johnson, one of his best games of the season, touchdown and a rush down so far.
Well, they played pretty solid. Like I said, they just hadn't had the benefit of the doubt of field position. I think field position has hurt Southside so far.
Teague on the call, and he just has to bury his head and get field at the 50-yard line. So they'll say a gain of 1. 3rd down and 6 on the way. Southside needs the 44 to continue this drive. Moody ends their regular season tonight, while Southside goes on the road next week to close out their regular season at Rural Etowah. For Southside, after an opening season loss to Guntersville, they've won 7 in a row. That's in jeopardy right now. A 3rd down and 6 on the way. Cooney rolled in motion to the far side. Swing pass to Teague. Has running room, has the on first down as he runs over a defender and keeps the drive alive for the Panthers.
Well, it's a great call right there. They see they are man-to-man. The safety has the number 2 receiver. So you put it back out, and the linemen can't get there. He's not in a bad angle.
So first down is to get a bit of a breather. Might have got shaken up a bit as well. I imagine with the tough competitor he is, that we'll be seeing him back out on the field shortly as Cole Garrett comes in at running back. So need 6. And a false start and 4 holding penalties.
Prior to the snap, false start, offense, 5 yards, still first down.
Yeah, sometimes as far as when the official has to, at least for tonight, indicate the penalty to us, has to make sure that he's pointing to the right side of the field, and not exactly the easiest of tasks when we're away from the press box. It's a very nice job that time by our white hat. 1st and 15, Garrett tries to spin out of a tackle, cannot do so. That is an excellent stop, shooting the gap for the Moody defense by Cameron Mallory, the sophomore nose tackle. And here comes Mason Teague back off the bench, just maybe a little bit banged up as far as the shoulder, but certainly one of the top running backs. He's not going to be denied an opportunity to make an impact this evening.
You're right. He's a tough-nosed kid. I mean, he runs hard, and if he can't go around you, outrun you, he try to go through you.
I tell you what, when you describe this Southside team, tough would certainly be one of those descriptors for this year's squad. The 2nd down and 16. Bryan wants to set up a screen and does so as that's high and might have had a little bit of yardage if it wasn't for the pressure at that time from the Moody defense.
Right.
Because you had Mason Teague all alone to our near side on the screen pass.
The Southside offensive coordinator is doing a great job. He's making great calls. They just hadn't quite clicked yet, but, you know, he got the rest of this quarter and 2 more quarters to get in it. So, and I think once they make a few adjustments at halftime, you know, don't be surprised if they come out and start moving that football, because he's making some great calls, you know.
They need the 30-yard line for the first down, as we'll have a whistle, a stoppage in play, and a timeout for Moody on defense, and we'll take the timeout with them. Just under 5 minutes left until halftime. Still 21-0. Moody leading here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Southeastern Utility Services.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Four minutes, 50 seconds remain until halftime. The written word brings you our second quarter as the Moody Blue Devils lead the Southside Panthers 21-0. And a 3rd down and 16 awaits the Southside Panthers. Now, for Southside against Leeds, they had a couple of touchdowns in this type of scenario. In fact, their biggest touchdown of the night in that game from Brian McMichael came on a 3rd and 19. So Southside wants a big play here. It'll be the give to Garrett up the middle, spun around, and taken down right around the original line of scrimmage, about the 41-yard line where they'll spot the football. And normally with that type of play call, Eddie, you would think that Southside's going to go for it here on 4th down.
Well, they count in no man's land. The ball, the nose of the football on the 40. But I don't know right here because if you don't make it, you're gonna give Moody excellent field position with 2 timeouts and about 4 minutes left to go. So yeah.
Now they'll give Garrett an extra yard and say a 6-yard gain. 4th and 10 from the 40.
Maybe some kind of screen.
Here's Brian on the roll, under pressure. Rolls, stops, and throws down the field. Has a wide open receiver complete inside the 10. And that is the biggest play of the night, Eddie, on a huge on-time Fashions first down.
Well, you can see the safety blew the coverage right here. You'll see the safety right here. And he comes up. They're man to man, and he comes up and takes the running back out of the field. And
that's Cody Cooney on the catch. A Panther Express car wash red zone opportunity for Southside on a 1st and goal from the 7. A 33-yard pass completion on 4th and 10. Delay give to Teague off the left side as he goes forward inside the 5 to about the 3 or maybe even the 2.
Just a blown coverage right there. Southside has a chance. Go right here and get a PAT. You're right back in the football game.
Don't forget that they deferred the option on the coin toss, so they will also receive the opening kickoff in the second half. So Southside has an opportunity to get on the board. 2nd and goal. They spot the football back at the 4. You would expect Mason Teague to get the call here. Three minutes left until halftime. Give to Teague, bounces it, and into the end zone for the touchdown. Mason Teague on a 4-yard touchdown run, and that's a huge Panthers touchdown. A D&G second look in exactly, Eddie, what the doctor ordered for Southside.
Well, when I saw those 2 backs come out there, you had a man-on-man right there, and all they got to do is square them up and let the back make a move right there. He's motion, Southside coordinator's motioning purposely to see what kind of coverage he got, and once he realized it, he's running where he had the numbers at.
Caleb Ogle on for the PAT. Brian on the hold. And we'll have a whistle and another flag on the play. We've seen a lot of flags, especially on Southside. And if it's a penalty on them, that'll be flag number 7 here in the first half.
Too many men.
And that's exactly what the Southside coaches are talking about to one of the protectors on special teams. So, yeah, that'll move the football back to the 15. So a 25.
Prior to the kick, legal substitution kicking team, 5-yard penalty, you play the kick.
Or at least the kick will be from the 15, so the snap will be from about the 8. Snap, hold, and kick on the way. It is up, and it is good. No worries for Caleb Ogle. And we take the timeout as Southside gets on the board, down 21-7 here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
So like the last touchdown for Moody, or at least their second touchdown when they had a 3rd and a 4th down conversion, That's exactly what the Southside offense is able to do, convert on a 3rd and 15 and also a 4th and 10 on their first touchdown drive of the game. An 80-yard touchdown drive capped off by a 4-yard touchdown scamper by Mason Teague. 2:53 remaining until halftime here in our Battle of the Belt on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Metro Bank kickoff by Caleb Ogle. This will be Barnes retreating to the goal line. Advances upfield and stood up, breaks a tackle, and still on his feet to the 30, and now taken down across the 30 to about the 32-yard line. That was a really good kickoff return for KD Barnes as he'll set up the Moody Blue Devils offense with some rock-solid field position. And this is a chance for the Southside defense, which they've had some opportunities to get off the field here in this first half, but really have been kind of inconsistent as far as those 3rd and 4th down chances to get themselves off the field. Johnson awaits the snap on 1st and 10. Here's the quick throw to the near side. That'll be complete. And good defense by the Southside defense as Josiah Dozier makes his first grab and gets only about a yard.
Well, it just took too long for that play to develop. That's an awful long throw, and then he's not getting up in there quick enough. You know, that play has to turn up between the two blockers versus trying to get all the way back to the inside.
One of those points in the game, Eddie, that Moody cannot let their foot off the gas pedal because Southside averaging about 34 points per ball game certainly has that capability of coming back in this game.
Absolutely.
And still a lot of football to play. 2 minutes to go until halftime. 2nd down and 9. Play action and incomplete, as that is a huge benefit to Southside, as that will stop the clock with 1:51 to go as KD Barnes, the intended receiver, on that incomplete pass from Charlie Johnson.
Well, he ran a quick slant right there, and he hit him right in the hands. I mean, he was expecting contact. He didn't look it in.
3rd down and 9. Line to reach for the first down, their own 42 for Moody. A chance for the Southside defense to get off the field.
And they got all 3 timeouts, so I think if you see a stop right here short, you're probably going to see Southside call a timeout.
3-man front for the Panthers of Southside. Johnson on play action. Under pressure and throws, and that is knocked away. Incomplete. Cole Garrett, one of the top safeties in Class 5A, comes away perfectly timed on the pass deflection to help his defense get off the field.
Perfectly timed. I mean, that's a great throw right there. You got to look it in, and I mean, he threw it perfectly, and now he come in right there on time. It's a great play.
Aiden Robinson, the intended receiver, but just a better play that time by Cole Garrett to knock the football away on the pass deflection.
Well, and Southside didn't have to use a timeout, so right now you'll see him watching the fake.
And, yeah, there's the quick kick as Southside taking no chances defensively. That'll turn out to be a very solid punt by Moody's Caleb Goff, as that'll send the football inside the 20-yard line.
Well, now you saw 2 plays earlier. Southside was from their end of the field down here in the red zone, so don't be surprised with 3 timeouts. You know, the playbook is wide open, so you'll see them air it out.
Well, we've seen both McMichael and Cooney on the last drive make some huge long yardage receptions on 3rd and 4th and long, respectively. Our FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you every week by the all-in-one vendor mall. As far as Urban Rustique on Highway 78 in Oxford, they have a huge fall festival coming up tomorrow from 9 to 9 p. at their Oxford location. And there you see the number on their screen. 1st and 10 from their own 16. Bryan tosses. That'll be complete to our far side to McMichael, just shy of the first down. Still time, but a lot of real estate to cover for the Southside offense if they want to put more points on the board.
Well, you're going to see him go wide side of the field. He threw that one over there. You see him come back to this side. Don't be surprised if you see him on the throwback or you see some little draw. That's a draw right there.
But Teague taken down in the backfield for a loss. Moody was also expecting that run play as well. Zane Smith helps out on the stop, so third down as we go under a minute to go until halftime. Our Battle of the Belt, our second annual Battle of the Belt here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Ohatchee took last year's Battle of the Belt against at least 3A Region 6 rival Glencoe a season ago. Third and long, give goes to Teague, and he'll get stood up around the line of scrimmage. Under 30 seconds remain until halftime. Now keep in mind Southside will get the opening kickoff to begin the second half as Moody calls the timeout, and they want to get their return unit that is, out on the field. So also do not be surprised if we see Moody try and rush Caleb Ogle on the punt. Let's go and take a quick timeout here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. .27 seconds left until halftime on our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. The written word brings you our second quarter as we approach halftime here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. James Hardy, Eddie Bullock, Jim Jacobs, and our FNN crew. And a packed house here at Moody High School. Bill Morris Stadium, at least our site for this week's FNN Game of the Week. Ogle kicks it away. And that'll at least drive A.J. Madison back as the artificial turf helps that roll for Southside. And it'll go out of bounds around the Moody 34-yard line with just about 17 to 20 seconds remaining until halftime.
Right, they got 17 seconds, and so they can get 3 solid plays in, if they're quick plays, with 2 timeouts. So, and you can throw it anywhere on the field. Yeah.
Now, one thing that Charlie Johnson has to be very careful of at this point if he wants to throw is throwing in traffic.
Exactly. Throwing in traffic, and he don't need it. If you take a sack, you might as well go and try to run the clock out.
So Burke's been pretty quiet tonight at the running back spot. And really both running backs have been quiet this evening. Johnson, he loads up. He tosses over the middle, and that is intercepted. At the 47-yard line, so 9 seconds to go. It's Cole Garrett comes up with the pick.
That's what you couldn't do right there,
That's the first huge mistake as D&G Roofing shows you just a careless throw that time by Johnson as he hits Cole Garrett between the 2 and the 1.
Yeah, that was just a terrible throw right there, so.
Now, as a former coach, Eddie, that Jake Gaines will bring that up as far as Monday when it comes to their playoff prep for Charlie Johnson, but otherwise take that out, and it's been one of his best halves of the entire season.
Absolutely, and what you want to do now, if you, with the kicker that Southside has, you can't afford to let them get in field goal range right here to come away with 3 points. You gotta, it's safe to have to stay over the top and not let anything get behind them. They need to be playing draws and screens right there and watch Teague bubbling out.
Brian, he wants to load up, steps up, he tosses down the field into coverage, and that is going to be, let's see here, incomplete.
He caught it, but he was just out of bounds.
Cole Garrett, the intended receiver, was waiting to see for an indication. We'll take a D&G Roofing second look. Great pocket presence by Brian. And that was a perfect throw as well. And about another yard or so at the width of the field. And it would be Southside in field goal range.
Absolutely. And I'm impressed with both of these quarterbacks, man. They, except for the last pass right there, they throwing the football where only their receiver can catch it, man. And it's very, very impressive.
It'll be the keeper for Brian. Gets the first down and tripped up as we go to halftime. Our final on-time Passions first down of the first half, thanks to Jordan Bryan, as the Southside Panthers have trailed for the entire first half, but they get on the board late in the second quarter. They'll head with football to start the second half, but we come to halftime here in Moody. Blue Devils of Moody 21 and the Panthers of Southside 7. For FNN Game of the Week, brought to you by Southeastern Utility Services.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Just off of Highway 59, there's a place we call home. A place where you can raise a family, start a business, or enjoy a lazy summer day on the river. It's a place with a small town feel and big town opportunities. Welcome to Rainbow City. Just a short drive from Birmingham, Chattanooga, or Huntsville. Rainbow City is a growing community where everyone is family. So welcome to Rainbow City. Come grow with us.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
We come to you from Bill Morris Stadium here in Moody, Alabama. Our halftime coverage brought to you this Friday evening, the final Friday in the month of October, by the Calhoun County Commission. As always, the Calhoun County Commission invites you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. The Southside High School Marching Band out on the playing surface here at Bill Morris Stadium at halftime. And we'll also take a look as far as those top 10 rankings across the state of Alabama this week. Of course, this is a top 10 matchup in Class 5A, but our first look at the rankings this week in Class 7A, as Central Phoenix City still undefeated and the top spot with 18 of the 19 first-place votes. And there you see Thompson, Vestavia Hills, Hewitt, Trussville representing the Birmingham schools as far as that top 10 in Class 7A this week. Class 6A, Oxford still hangs on in the top 10 after losing to Clay Chalkville 28-14 last week. It's Clay Chalkville for first place votes, number 2 in the state this week. Also, Class 5A. And Gulf Shores right now with number 1, but a lot of off-the-field issues right now as far as their program. So that number 1 spot a bit shaky depending on what the AHSAA does. There you see Southside at number 5, and, of course, Coach Danny Horn Central Clay County team at number 3, and Leeds and Moody at 7 and 8, respectively. So 5A Region 6 and 5A really in this part of Alabama well represented this week in the top 10 rankings.
Right.
Class 4A. And Andalusia and Cherokee County, they've been 1-2, Eddie, the entire season.
I'm not surprised.
No, I'm not either. Jacksonville at number 7, Bibb County at number 9, and Aniana, that's gone under the radar so far, at number 10, and Handley at number 6. So 4A very strong again this year as far as the cream of the crop in that classification. Class 3A, Sylvania and Geraldine, as far as our part of the state of Alabama, at 8 and 9. St. James, solid season at number 5, and Mobile Christian at number 1, and Madison Academy at number 2 at the polar ends of the state of Alabama. At least 1 in the Gulf Coast and 1 in the Tennessee Valley. Class 2A, B.B. Comer, they've been wire to wire at that top spot in Class 2A for the entire season. As you take a look at Fife still at number 3, even with the losses. They've had a rock-solid season in Pisgah, the same as well at number 5 as far as that top 10 in Class 2A. And finally, Class 1A. A lot of South Alabama teams, especially among the top 5 with Leroy, Elba, and perennial power Sweetwater among that top 3. And Wadley, a really good season at number 7. And Coosa Christian having officially won 2 in a row, officially, and I emphasize officially, at 2-5 on the season, thanks to some ineligible wins as far as from the ruling from the AHSAA. We're at halftime as the Calhoun County Commission presents our halftime coverage. It's our Battle of the Belt for 2023 for the football season. We'll take this time out, and we'll have a lot more coverage here from Moody.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
From the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
From the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
Our FNN High School football game of the week as the Southside Marching Band brings you our halftime coverage. Also, the Calhoun County Commission, as always, with our halftime coverage, inviting you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. And Moody has been able to offer the home fans a lot so far in the first half, albeit Southside starting to take a little bit of an edge as far as the momentum in about the final 5 minutes of that first half, as Moody has a 21-7 lead at halftime. It's been one of the best first halves that quarterback Charlie Johnson has performed for Moody in this season. Throwing touchdown in the first quarter of 8 yards to K.D. Barnes on the back shoulder fade, and then a 10-yard quarterback keeper in the second quarter. And also Chase Jackson had a highlight reel one-handed interception that he took to the house, 23 yards in the second quarter, as we'll take some of our first half looks as far as our D&G replay as far as the first half highlights. And there you see that back shoulder throw, and nothing Burnett could do on defense that time for the touchdown.
Oh, that's big time.
Yeah, that's a college-level play there. And a lot of penalties in the first half for Southside, and this was a costly interception from Jordan Bryan. And there you see Chase Jackson. I would be very disappointed if he doesn't get on ESPN SportsCenter's top 10 highlights after that interception.
Well, man, he was so high and so smooth when he got it, man. I mean, you can just tell this is a natural athlete.
And this is rolling the dice here for Jake Gaines, and coming up boxcars with double sixes on a 4th and long fake punt, as it was Caleb Goff with a 30-yard first down run. And another big first down grab by Aiden Robinson as he follows the blocking inside the 20 to about the 9-yard line. And immediately on the very next play, we'll take a look at Charlie Johnson's second of his 2 touchdowns in the first half. And good recognition of the open running room. And once you get that big locomotive going, you're not going to stop him into the end zone. And Johnson made it 19-0 at that point. And here's actually, I should say, Blaine Burke as far as taking the direct snap and rushes it in for the 2-point conversion to make it 21-0. But once the penalty started to go away for the Southside offense, they started to get some rhythm in the second quarter.
Start making some plays there, and then you had that busted coverage. You had a great catch right here.
That was Caden McMichael on a 3rd and 15 to keep the drive alive, close to midfield. And this was 4th and 10. Some do-or-die play for Southside in the first half as Bryan loads up and finds Cody Cooney behind the defense inside the 10, about the 6-yard line. And 2 plays later, it's the star running back Mason Teague taking it in from 4 yards out. And watch the blocking on the left side. And untouched goes Mason Teague for the touchdown. Southside on the board, down 21-7 after the PAT. And then right toward the end of the first half, there's Charlie Johnson carelessly throwing the interception right to Cole Garrett, who had a rock-solid first half in the secondary for Southside. So the Moody marching band on the field, as we'll go ahead and take this time out as our halftime coverage presented to you by the Calhoun County Commission.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Halftime here at Moody High School as we take a look at the Moody Marching Band as the Calhoun County Commission presents our halftime coverage. And also a big thanks to all of our sponsors this year. A huge positive reception from our family of sponsors this season. Bama Sheds joining the family this year as far as the ball toss each and every week. As far as our FNN game of the week, be sure to show your ball as far as any balls that you get from us at one of our locations this season when it comes to the FNN high school football game of the week, and you will get a 10% discount on on their items at Bama Sheds. So really, really big response, and really pleased to have Bama Sheds as well as all of our sponsors that have joined us and will join us to come throughout the rest of this 2023 football season. Also, by the way, we'll have a two more games for you next week. Really looking forward to next week to close out the regular season. Pleasant Valley on the way to the postseason. A rare postseason appearance for them as they'll take on Weaver for our Thursday night matchup. And Friday, it'll be Cherokee County turning into a 4A powerhouse as they'll try and really, in a lot of ways, begin their postseason journey, albeit the end of the regular season for them and Fort Payne up in center next Friday night. That'll be our final Friday night in the regular season, and we'll still have as far as our postseason coverage through much of the postseason. And to remind you, as far as subscribing with us when it comes to football postseason, because we will be on the NFHS network exclusively when it comes to kickoff time for postseason games through the semifinal round, the first Friday in December this season, because the season started a week later than per usual as far as the AHSAA football season. So go ahead and get those subscriptions now, because I imagine pretty much every season, at least that I've been a part, as far as the FNN Game of the Week, we'll have a lot of outstanding postseason football coming up for you. And as far when it comes to some of the best high school football coverage and some of the best high school football you really will find anywhere in the U.S. of A. The Moody High School Marching Band is still performing at halftime, as we'll go ahead and pay some bills here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. It's our Battle of the Belt. Southside still not out of it, down 21-7 at half.
Just off of Highway 59, there's a place we call home. A place where you can raise a family, start a business, or enjoy a lazy summer day on the river. It's a place with a small town feel and big town opportunities. Welcome to Rainbow City. Named the safest city in Alabama in 2020, you can sleep easy at night knowing Rainbow City's police and fire departments are always on guard, protecting our families. So welcome to Rainbow City. Come grow with us.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit Debit Card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
The Moody Blue Devils, as well as the Southside Panthers, about to make their way back out onto the field for our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Battle of the Belt, the second half, and really in a lot of ways, I mean, let's face it, folks, this FNN game of the week really just getting started, as Southside able to put a score on the board in the final 5 minutes of the first half. And still a lot of football to play here at Moody High School. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, Jim Jacobs, our FNN cast of thousands here at Bill Morris Stadium. And Coach Eddie Bullock, really in a lot of ways, I imagine for Coach Miles Holcomb, he's telling his team this game is really just getting started.
Absolutely. Remember I told you if with the Blue Devils having as much success as they had, all Southside had to do was score one time, and they're back in the game with them getting the ball back, and it's going to be a good second half. We're going to see how they finish up.
Now on the flip side, what is Moody coach Jake Gaines? What is his message to his team for this second half?
Well, they want to kind of not. It looked like they got a little bit relaxed, and he want to tell them to kind of what you mentioned earlier about keeping their foot on the gas pedal. You got to keep going, man. Keep playing with that same energy, and don't let up, and run that clock out.
I'll tell you what, with how talented these two teams are and well coached as well, both of these teams, no matter how they finish up in this region this year, they have the potential to make a postseason run, deep postseason run for both of these squads.
You are correct. Both teams look great, are well coached, and I like what I'm seeing. I mean, the home team is doing what they need to do, but Southside hasn't flinched. So hey, don't count them out now.
Now we'll go down to the field, and we have Coach Miles Holcomb with us right before the beginning of the third quarter. And, Coach, just kind of give us your thoughts on the first half for your team.
Well, I mean, it was a half where, nothing really went right for us right there. Had some adversity, found a way to just keep playing, that's the bottom line. 21-7, two-score game. We get the ball right here coming out. Like we told our kids at halftime, what an opportunity this is. Playoff atmosphere with an opportunity to win the region on the line. Couldn't really ask for anything better to get your team ready to go into the playoffs, and we plan on making a deep run. If we're going to make a deep run, we're going to have to play teams like this on the road, hostile environment. Things ain't going your way, so we're going to have to figure it out in the second half, eliminate some penalties, but just got to keep playing, got to keep being physical. I thought defense has played really, really well right there. I mean, hats off to them. They had a great plan in the first half, faked the punt, got a pick six. I mean, Jackson makes an incredible catch on the pick six right there. I mean, what a play. You just got to tip your hat on those kind of plays.
Coach, good luck in the second half.
Thank you.
Coach Miles Holcomb for the Southside Panthers in his third season, by far the best season for Southside under his 3-year tutelage, just on the south side of the Coosa River in Etowah County. It's been a big year so far for Southside, a breakthrough here for the Panthers football program, and still, if they can come back and win this ball game, this would be their first solo region championship since 2014.
Well, that's a big, you're talking 9 years? I mean, you're talking big time in that city there. So, don't count them out. Like I said, I mean, they play well. They got great poise, and they got a shot.
Well, you talked about the community, Eddie, and talking as far as our FNN Coaches Show, which, by the way, you can watch every Tuesday night during the football season here on FNN or from Struts Wings in Oxford. We talked with Brody McCutcheon as well as Caden McMichael as far as our Southside players this past Tuesday night, and they mentioned as far as just the excitement that this team has been able to generate when it comes to the Southside community this year.
Well, I mentioned earlier, just a year or two ago, they talked about having problems playing at home. They were winning games on the road, and now they seem to be doing both. So, I think they're putting it all together. It's all coming together.
So there you see, coming into tonight, 7-1 for the Southside Panthers as they lead Class 5A Region 6 at 5-0 coming into tonight. Southside does get the ball first, so this is a potential momentum swing that could go in favor of Southside if, like at least really their most recent legitimate drive as far as the second quarter, if they can string a touchdown here, get the game to within one score as we're about to approach another Metro Bank kickoff to begin the second half. Southside has an opportunity to get right back in this ball game, Eddie.
I agree.
Our third quarter brought to you tonight by Southside Family Pharmacy. As in a lot of ways, this game is just kind of beginning as Moody led wire to wire in the first half, took a 13-0 lead after one quarter of play, added a touchdown plus the 2-point conversion from Blaine Burke in the second quarter to make it 21-0, but Mason Teague was able to cap off an 80-yard drive thanks to a third and a fourth and long conversion for Southside in that second quarter. It'll be Moody to kick off. Junior Moreno ready for the Metro Bank kickoff. Garrett and Teague to receive for Southside. Moody in the navy blue tops and bottoms, and Southside in the white tops and the gray bottoms tonight. Second half underway. End over end kick. It'll be Teague at the 9. Roams his way and tripped up, or he could have still been running, or checked that. Cole Garrett, rather, at around the 27-yard line or so, but still respectable field position for the Southside Panthers as the first drive of this third quarter set to begin for Jordan Bryan and the Panthers as Southside Family Pharmacy with our third quarter coverage.
And I think this season has actually seasoned Southside because, when you look at their demeanor, they're not in panic mode, they're not doing a whole lot of things, uncharacteristically. They got a few holding penalties early, but, like they look like they paused to kind of make a run in second half.
Well, they have a chance to do exactly that here. 1st and 10 from their own 27. Bryan fakes, keeps, and gets some positive yardage across the 30 to near the 32-yard line. So that's a solid first down gain, as it'll be close to 5 yards. Just underway in the third quarter. Southside, if they can come back and win, would clinch the region championship by themselves. What would be a perfect 6-0 run, while Moody wants to at least force at least 2 in what would likely be a 3-way tie with Leeds on the road at Lincoln tonight. Bryan goes under center. 2nd and 5. A long count. Cooney gives to Teague up the middle, lowers his head, and piles his way forward to close to the 35-yard line. That'll be about a couple yards shy of the first down. So it'll be a 3rd down and short coming up. That's a couple of runs so far for Southside on this opening drive.
Well, they gave them 3 motions on that play right there, so I think they're trying to see if they're in man coverage and what they're doing,
So a good opportunity for Southside to try and maybe allow Bryan to keep, as Moody's defense had a lot of trouble against Leeds last week with the quarterback keeper. Give goes to Teague up the middle, a first down, as good running that time. Excellent patience on the on-time first down run, on-time fashion's first down run by Mason Teague.
Right, he just waited and let his block set up right there. He made a good run.
And Eddie, I think as far as that patience running-wise for Mason Teague, that's the best trait he has as a running back.
Absolutely. I mean, he does a great job at setting up his blocks. He'll let him get out in front, and then you'll see this little bitty monster come through. I mean, he'll explode through once he set up his blocks.
1st and 10 from their own 40. Fake under pressure. Bryan escapes trouble and will keep and run and get across the 46-yard line. Excellent poise that time from the quarterback Jordan Bryan, as we'll take a look at the D&G roofing replay, and he escapes a lot of trouble and gets about 6 yards.
Right, he turned a tackle for a loss into a gain, a great game.
Basically disaster to somewhat of a bit of fortune for the Southside offense. First down line to reach his midfield. This drive has taken almost 3 minutes of this third quarter. Bryan keeps design quarterback keeper. Fights for the first down, and he'll be stood up and taken down about 1.5 yards or so shy of the first down. Gavin Baker, the inside linebacker, the 6'2 senior, on the stop for Moody.
Well, they're giving them a lot of eye candy right now. They're motioning guys and getting guys out of positions, and they're running back against against the motion, where the motion come from. And, it seems to be giving Moody trouble because they just they're not going to change that coverage. They're just sticking no matter what in the man-to-man coverage.
We have a 3rd and 1 coming up. Whistles blow to at least stop the drive right now. There's an official's timeout on the field, but we'll definitely penalty on the play, and we'll see who the flag's on. Or actually no flag on the play, as instead it'll be a 3rd and 1. Give to Teague, the delay give, and it'll be close to and should be just enough, and is indeed an on-time Fashions first down. So the drive stays alive on the second 3rd down conversion for the Southside Panthers. Down 2 scores. If they can punch it into the end zone, they're right back in this ball game.
That's right. You got a new ball game.
Hunter McNair checks in. And checking out one of the reserve offensive linemen in Colin Futrall. So Southside eating some clock right now, but they're down by 14 points. 1st and 10. Play action. Under pressure, Bryan. Flushed out, throws down the field, and a flag on the play as that ball is intercepted. Jackson with his 2nd interception as he maintains his feet and goes out of bounds at the 47-yard line. Let's see what this flag in the secondary is about. Southside thinks it's a pass interference or a holding penalty. And we'll find out officially who gets the benefit of the flag. Now, Southside had a lot of flags go against them. 4 holding calls that wiped out first downs in the first half. And this may be the law of averages playing out for Southside. Neither unit, as far as offense and defense, have left the field so far, so you would think the penalty is going on Moody. A big call coming up. Our officiating crew they're trying to make sure that everything is nailed down perfectly as far as the biggest officiating call in this game.
Well, I'm wondering if it was an interception and then a block in the back, or if it was pass interference.
I think you may be right on cue there, as that's what it appears to be, at least from the Moody sideline, but that looked as if that flag came out before the interception was made, Eddie. So they're still talking this one over. A lot of discussion right now from our crew in zebra outfits as far as the penalty. I think we're going to find out who gets the penalty and what it's about.
Somebody's going to be upset.
So while it's an offsetting penalty, the big advantage in that is that Southside's offense stays on the field.
Play. We have a legal formation, offense, pass interference, defense. Those penalties offset, replay first down.
And, Eddie, you can't blame the officials with how big this game is and how big those calls were to make sure that they had that call right.
Right. You want to get it right because somebody's going to be upset. Somebody's going to look back at the film and –
so they'll just do 1st and 10 over again. Teague on the call. Has blocking off the right side of the offensive line, and he runs over a defender and picks up an on-time Fashions first down. So that offsetting penalty was a huge break for the Southside Panthers as their offense stays on the field.
Well, let's look down right now. We got the quarterback in view. We're trying to see the pass interference.
Well, you'll see the flag come in about the time that Jackson comes down with the ball.
So it had to be a little bit earlier before that because we didn't see
So it looks as if we have a timeout on the field, and we'll go ahead and take the timeout with him here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
that Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Don't go away just yet as the Southside Panthers able to escape trouble on offsetting penalties a couple of plays ago prior to now. So 7:38 and counting here in the third quarter. This is still the opening drive of the second half for Southside as they started at their own 27. They have the ball at the Moody 38-yard line.
And they've almost used close to half the clock for this quarter, so.
Starting to get a little cool here, around 70 degrees right now as far as our game time temperature on a crisp autumn evening in late October. Bryan awaits the snap. Garrett, the running back. Garrett gets the call, and he'll go forward. Takes about 3 tacklers with him for about a couple of yards on first down. So this drive has taken almost 5 minutes of the third quarter clock. As Southside wants to give their defense a little bit of a break here and try and keep a very talented Moody offense off the field.
And I'll tell you something I'm noticing that Moody's doing too. They're making all the adjustments with the secondary. And typically when you motion guys, you make the adjustment with your linebackers. You know, you bump, but you don't run all the way across the field. And Southside, is wherever they leave in motion to, they're running back to that side.
Garrett and Teague, the running backs. Garrett up the middle. Gets maybe a couple. Extra effort will give him one more inside the 35 to the 33-yard line. Southside Family Pharmacy brings you our third quarter and also Victory Law each and every week, our FNN high school football game of the week. A very methodical drive so far for Southside, as they've earned a couple of third down conversions so far. And we've now played the first 6 minutes of this third quarter, and Southside still on their opening drive. Line to reach at the first down, about the 27-yard line. Keeper for Bryan, up the middle, and still on his feet, and close to the first down. Needed actually the 28-yard line. And I think the spot is going to give Southside another big third down conversion. Clutch third down play by Jordan Bryan, and that is a play that Moody struggled with defensively against Connor Nelson of Leeds last week.
Just quarterback draw, they motion into an empty backfield. Anytime you motion to an empty backfield, you got to have somebody on the quarterback.
But Moody has been able to come up with just enough big plays defensively to maintain their 2-score lead. Give to Teague. Around the right side, has room, and lowers his head inside the 25 to about the 23-yard line. The clock slowly ticking away, but for Moody, they wish it would hurry up a bit more because there's still a lot of this game to go, and the momentum at least getting away from them right now. Because Southside generated that momentum. You go back to late in the second quarter, that 3rd and 15 pass, really the completion that kept the drive alive for Southside on their touchdown drive, that might have been the spark they needed, Eddie.
Right, and it should have been, that play right there should have been a tackle for a loss. See, they're adjusting with the secondary.
Delay give goes to Teague, and he gets spun around, wrapped up, and taken down.
See, they're adjusting with the secondary, and every time they run over, they run back to where the secondary came from. And it's just great strategy on the offensive coordinator's part.
Gavin Baker on the TFL. Clock slowly winds its way toward 4 minutes left in the third quarter. It'll be a 3rd and 6. Southside already has converted 3 third down conversions on this drive.
It's a big play right here.
One of the biggest plays in the game for Southside's offense may be 4 down territory. Also, still maybe just early enough in this game as far as sending Caleb Ogle out if they need a field goal. 3rd and 6. Rush coming. Bryan throws, has a receiver. That is complete. Nifty footwork that time by, looks like the tight end. A rare catch for Southside's Jamel Boyd, as that will be close to and enough for a first down.
They're just giving too much cushion right there. I mean, they just sitting in the windows. They're taking bad angles on the pass rush, and quarterback is getting outside the pocket, and he's able to make those throws. But that's being a seasoned team.
4 third-down conversions on this drive for Southside as they have been clutch on 3rd down. A Panther Express car wash red zone trip for the Southside Panthers offense. Give goes to Teague, has blocking right side, and still on his feet, falls forward to the 15-yard line. This has to be one of the longest drives that Southside has had all season long, as they've eaten almost 9 minutes of this third quarter clock.
And it's demoralizing, too. When you're a defensive, me being a defensive coach, worst thing you hate is a team to run that ball down your throat, and ain't nothing you can do about it. You can't stop them.
Now, right now, Moody still on top by 2 scores, but Jake Gaines, the head coach for Moody, has to be a bit anxious and a bit antsy on the opposite sideline for Moody.
Well, I guarantee you he is. It's frustrating because you hadn't gotten your defense off the entire quarter.
Bryan on the keeper, maintains his balance inside the 10, dragging tacklers with him inside the 5. And it looks as if Southside starting to gain the upper hand on offense as they're inside the 10, around the 5 for an on-time fashion's first down and goal coming up.
And this is what you have to look at now. Southside defense is rested, so they punch this one in, and then they defense go out and get a 3 and out. Moody defense has to come back on the field again.
1st and goal from the 5. Bryan gives to Teague. Bounces outside and still on his feet. Still in bounds. Is he in? Awaiting the signal, and it looks as if there's a bit of extracurricular activity around the 1-yard line, and I think that's where they spot the football, Eddie. Now you see just how packed Bill Morris Stadium is this evening, as all those fans lining the fence this evening, making for one special atmosphere tonight.
Well, now they need the famous Philadelphia Eagles tush push.
Too bad Jalen Hurts isn't here to execute that, however. But
well, you got a good running back there. He don't need a tush push. Just give it to him.
He wants his 2nd touchdown, does Mason Teague.
Just give it to Teague. He'll walk it in.
And Teague spins, stood up, and taken down at the 4-yard line. Well, the Moody defense was ready for that just as much as we were ready.
Well, they sold out. So now you got what? You got 2 more down, so I will go back and do the same thing and possibly pull it.
Well, A.J. Madison on the tackle, and it looks as if that Mason Teague is also down.
Maybe cramping.
Well, we'll go ahead and take the injury timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
One of the biggest plays of the season awaits the Southside offense on a 3rd and goal from just inside the 4-yard line late in the 3rd quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, as this is still the opening drive of the 3rd quarter for Southside.
Well, I can tell you right here, James, I believe if they don't get it here, they're going for it.
3rd and goal from the 4. Bryan patiently awaits the snap, keeps it, has blocking up the middle and in for the touchdown. Outstanding patience on as far as allowing the blocks to develop for Jordan Bryan as he rushes it in off left guard from 4 yards out. D&G Roofing with his second look.
Well, just quarterback draw right there. I mean, you got to anticipate that. You got to sell that.
And look at that left side clear the way, almost the navy blue sea parting for Jordan Bryan.
Well, Moody had defensive linemen that were jumping around blocks, so that's what you want them to do.
Ogle with the PAT kick. That is good. We'll take the timeout. 2:07 remain. It's a new ball game, folks. Moody 21 at Southside 14. Our FNN high school football game of the week, our battle for the belt. And Southside fighting their way back into contention, down 21-0 in the second quarter. They've scored 14 unanswered, and they took nearly 10 minutes of this third quarter as we have just 2:07 remaining in the third quarter. And Moody about to receive the ball for the first time here in the second half. Metro Bank about ready to cash in on this Southside kickoff from Caleb Ogle. A.J. Madison and K.D. Barnes to receive. Madison from the 11. Angles toward the middle and tripped up inside the 25-yard line. As we saw coming into the last break, the Southside sideline very energized at that last drive for Southside that went 73 yards and took just about 8 seconds shy of 10 minutes to begin the second half.
Well, you got a fresh defense going in, so if Moody's going to have to answer Southside's run right here. If they don't, could be trouble.
So an important drive, one of the biggest of the season for Moody. Johnson gives to Burke, wrapped up and taken down around the line of scrimmage. All the energy right now and momentum on the Southside bench, as we'll have a second and long on the way for the Moody Blue Devils as they come to the huddle, or come to the line of scrimmage rather. Moody once had all the momentum in the first half and a 21-0 lead.
He's playing with a lot of energy. Now it seems like they're playing a little stagnated, like they confused a little bit.
Johnson, plenty of time. Rolls, flushed out, under pressure, and now throws down the field, incomplete for the first down. Perfect throw to Jacob Hadaway for his first catch of the night, and a huge on-time Passions first down for Moody.
Well, he hung in there, man. I mean, that's what big-time quarterbacks do. He hung in there and gave his receiver time to clear.
A gain of 26 yards and a first down for the Moody Blue Devils.
Hey, I like this kid poised in the pocket, though, man. He sits back there, you know, even though he knows he's going to take a shot, he sits in there.
Johnson wants to keep and run and gets taken down at the 50-yard line.
Well, he had a draw right there. The defender slipped down, and he kind of took 2 steps too deep to set it up. And he still got a positive game, but that could have been a lot bigger if he would have done it maybe on 1-step drop.
Because of the super lengthy Southside offensive drive to begin this second half. We're under a minute to go here in the third quarter. So 2nd and 8 right at midfield for Moody. Southside shows blitz. Looks as if Charlie Johnson recognizes it. Under 10 on the play clock. Johnson, delay give to Burke, skips out of a tackle, breaks it to the near side. Stutter steps and advances out of bounds for the first down. Good patient run that time by Blaine Burke, who really has had a fairly quiet night so far for Moody because Charlie Johnson has been the MVP for Moody this evening.
Right, he looked good right there. He made the first guy miss in the backfield, and that kind of opened it up for him. So He did a good job, man. He looks extremely quick, too.
27 seconds left, third quarter. Johnson swings to Burke. A little high pass complete as Burke gets out of trouble momentarily and taken down behind the line of scrimmage for a loss. Titan Rich, along with Cameron Flowers, on the tackle.
Just take that play too long to develop. You're talking about probably a 20-yard, 25-yard pass from the quarterback, which is a screen, and you already don't have any gain.
We approach the end, and now at the end of the third quarter. 21-14 Moody, but still anyone's ball game. An exciting atmosphere here in Moody for our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. One of these teams will come out with our FNN belt after tonight's ball game. We'll find out who it is at the end of this ball game. 12 more minutes to go here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Just a stone's throw away from Southside, Alabama. On the other side of the Coosa River, the city of Rainbow City brings you our fourth quarter and our FNN Game of the Week this week by Southeastern Utility Services. An exciting fourth quarter, maybe on the way, likely on the way for both of these teams here at Bill Morris Stadium for the final Class 5A Region 6 matchup for both of these teams. James Hardy, along with Coach Eddie Bullock, our FNN crew, our Battle of the Belt for 2023, and has proven to be an exciting ball game so far this evening. Moody took a 21-0 lead about midway through the second quarter, but Southside has fought their way back. 14 unanswered points, and their last touchdown to begin the third quarter took nearly the first 10 minutes of the third quarter.
I think Southside has all the momentum right now, and it's just a matter of what Moody's going to do. They're not getting anything inside with tight formation, so
here's Johnson under pressure, has to throw, and that is high but complete, as that was kind of a compromised pass that time, but there for the reception is Charlie Kitts.
Well, when you're 6'5", you can make that throw right there. He had tremendous pressure on the outside, and I think they're in two-down territory right here. I think even if they miss it, they're going to go for it right here. But I wouldn't run in the teeth of Southside's defense.
Give to Burke, has room up the middle, and the first down breaks free. He comes to the 15, and he's on his way to the end zone for the touchdown to extend this lead to scoot 2 scores.
Oh, that speed I told you about now, I mean, I thought Southside had him bottled up on the inside right there, and he broke it to the outside, and it's Katie bar the dough.
Well, here's Blaine Burke on our D&G Roofing replay. And that's a huge touchdown, Eddie, for Moody as they extend this lead back to 13 points.
Well, they needed it, man, because Southside had all the momentum, and it just,
Junior Moreno trots out for the PAT.
I gave the defense time to rest right here, so let's see.
Kick on the way, up and good. So we'll take the timeout. Just underway fourth quarter as Moody extends their lead up to 14, 28-14.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Minutes, 21 seconds remaining in our battle for the belt between Moody and Southside. One or both of these teams will win Class 5A Region 6 after tonight. Southside, we know, will be one of those teams, just a matter of if Moody is another one of those and possibly leads if they do hold on and defeat Lincoln tonight. End over end kick to the far side. Garrett from his own 3. Pushes it to the near side, wants to turn the corner, and gets taken down. A solid solo tackle on special teams by Moody that time as Braden Wright comes up on the special teams tackle for the Blue Devils. 11 minutes, 12 seconds remaining in this ball game, so a little bit more of a sense of urgency now for Southside, that they're down 2 scores and we're early in the fourth quarter, but still Southside not out of this. So a big touchdown run thanks to Blaine Burke for Moody. A 28-yard touchdown run to extend the Moody lead to 2 scores. Moody has led wire to wire so far this evening. Give goes to Teague. Knifes his way up the middle for about a couple across the 25 to the 26-yard line. So our fourth quarter coverage brought to you by the city of Rainbow City. Also our season-long coverage brought to you by our friends at FNN Bank. So second down and 8. 2-yard gain on first down by Mason Teague.
Well, Southside is going to have to play fast now because, you can't have a long drawn-out drive at this time right here.
Play back and quick throw a bit low, and they'll say incomplete, intended for Cody Cooney. So it sets up a third down and long, but we'll take a D&G Roofing second look, and a bit of a low throw as Cooney had gotten open.
Right, it bounced. They ran 3 seam routes right there, and it's counter bounce to them right there. But they're going to have to play fast right here because you're down 2 scores right now. And you got good time on the clock and you got 3 timeouts, but they're going to have to play fast,
They'll have to convert another third down, which they've done 5 times so far in this second half. The lateral goes complete to McMichael, but solid, excellent defense actually by Moody as they diagnose that play to perfection for about a 2, maybe 3-yard loss.
But Southside is still confusing them with motion, man. Like they done a circle motion, and the secondary was all discombobulated right there, that play right there, out of all plays tonight may have hurt Southside right there. The time of possession.
No, absolutely. In fact, Southside would get a little bit of a benefit on just a 1-yard loss, but it's punting time.
Now I will be watching a fake right here. I will be playing it safe because, Moody did it to you, so.
Ogle kicks it away. A fluttering kick to the far side. It'll roll out of bounds at the Moody 46-yard line. So for Southside defense, it's now their biggest possession of this season as they have to come up with a stop here to get their offense back out on the field. Moody led 21-0 into the second quarter. They had at least a highlight reel interception, a one-handed grab by Chase Jackson about the 23-yard line as he was able to coast on in untouched for a pick 6 early in the second quarter. And then Charlie Johnson has had a couple of touchdowns, one in the air and one on the ground, and Blaine Burke with a huge touchdown to begin this fourth quarter.
Now, Moody needs to try to eat some clock right here if they plan on preserving this win right here. They need to eat some clock, take care of the football.
Burke taken down for about a 1-yard gain. Still 9 minutes and a bit of change here in the fourth quarter. So still anyone's game. It looks as if Cole Garrett a little bit shaken up, or check that, Flowers along the defensive line a bit shaken up, as he'll get a little bit of a breather for Southside. Substitution, Micah Hill comes in at the defensive end spot for Southside. 9 minutes remain. Advantage right now to Moody. Up by 14 points. Delay give goes to Burke as he's taken down in the backfield for a loss. Run blitz that time for the Panthers works to perfection, as it'll be a TFL for the Southside defense to set up a 3rd down and long. The city of Rainbow City with our fourth quarter coverage. All of these players will be needing a lot of 99-cent bags of ice from the Grub Mart after this one comes to a conclusion. One of these teams will get our FNN belt following this ball game.
Southside needs a stop right here. You would want them to put it in the air and get an incomplete pass, but if they don't, you need to get a stop and make them punt the football right there, so you get.
Johnson throws complete at the far side, and it'll be a 1st down and a lot more as this drive continues, as the completion made to KD Barnes for a huge on-time Passions 1st down for Moody.
That's a time throw right there. He pushed out about 12 yards and stopped, came back and got the football right there. That's a great call.
Charlie Johnson has been excellent in key situations this evening for Moody, as he's made big throw after big throw to help keep his team in the lead.
That's one conversion now, so you need another one right now. You know you want to snap that ball on the 5 seconds right there and eat as much clock as you can.
Even a field goal would help Moody's cause, as Burke on the delay give breaks out of one tackle and taken down shy of the 20 at the 22-yard line. So time almost a factor right now for the Southside defense as Flowers checks back in for Southside defensively.
That Blaine Burke is just a little scat back, man. Quick feet, man. You know, you can't box him in.
Looks as if the Moody offensive line wanted an offside call on the Southside defense.
Now right here on 2nd down, James, you might want to take a shot at play action right there. There it is.
Here's Johnson. Throws over the middle and caught in. Is it a touchdown? Yes, it is.
That's play action. I saw it coming.
Right on target there for Eddie Bullock and Charlie Johnson, as Aiden Robinson hauls in the touchdown to extend this lead to a 20-point lead.
Well, they were selling out on the run right there, so you play action and you draw your linebackers up, and the safety went over there, and that opens up the middle right there on the slant, right there in the middle.
A D&G Roofing second look in Eddie. Charlie Johnson looks like tonight maybe the best quarterback in Class 5A in this entire state.
Oh, man, hey, when he come back, you can see the confidence when he come back and he's set, and he don't have any trouble looking over the line of scrimmage. So I wouldn't chase points right here, though. I don't, they chasing points with the great kicker that they got. Hey, I would go ahead on and put that 1 point up. I don't know what the analytics say, but right here.
Here's Burke tossing, and that is incomplete. 2-point conversion, no good. We'll take the timeout. 6:49 left in the ball game. Moody 34 and Southside 14.
Just off of Highway 59, there's a place we call home. A place where you can raise a family, start a business, or enjoy a lazy summer day on the river. It's a place with a small town feel and big town opportunities. Welcome to Rainbow City. Just a short drive from Birmingham, Chattanooga, or Huntsville. Rainbow City is a growing community where everyone is family. So welcome to Rainbow City. Come grow with us.
6 minutes, 49 seconds remain in tonight's FNN High School Football Game of the Week, our second annual battle for the belt. Here at Bill Morris Stadium, Moody right now leads by 20, 34-14, as they've come up with back-to-back scores on important drives here in the second half.
And I would definitely cover wide side of the field, because 3 times in a row Southside has received the ball on their right side and ran it back to their sideline. So, surely the special team coach will be telling his team that that's what they're going to do.
Junior Moreno boots it away. A shorter end-over-end kick to Garrett, this time from the 7. Stutter steps, still on his feet, and wrapped up at the 25. They'll spot it at the 26-yard line. The city of Rainbow City with our fourth quarter. Also, when it comes to our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, Urban Rustique on Highway 78 in Oxford. They'll host their big fall festival at their Highway 78 location in Oxford, including their spooktacular costume contest tomorrow at Urban Rustique. Their fall festival from 9 to 9 p. tomorrow.
Southside had to play extremely fast right here. They still got Moody still has 7 in the box right there.
And before the snap, we will have a whistle to blow play dead. Miscue on Moody. It appears from the official near side. So Moody caught for being offside.
Prior to the snap, encroachment, defense, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
Makes it a first down and 5 from the 31. Bryan drops to throw. He'll load up and throw, and that's high and incomplete. That was in traffic, as you had a couple of navy blue shirts around that ball. And you also have a shaken up Cody Cooney on the play for Southside. 6:35 remains.
And when they got to throw it like that, James, I don't understand why the free safety, which they play in man coverage, is man free. I don't understand why he's not over the top of everything. He's coming underneath, which a linebacker should be taking the back out of the backfield. You got 3 receivers up top. Got a back in the backfield and a tight end down low right here.
Give goes to Teague. Around one tackler and close enough for the first down. Needs the 36. And it looks as if they spot it at the 35, it'll be a yard shy of the first down. Next week, it'll be Southside concluding their season at Etowah. Well, this is the regular season finale for Moody. Moody wants to add their 8th win of the season before beginning their postseason journey. Teague lowers his head and now gets the on-time Passions first down. So drive continues for Southside. They've shown a lot of fight beginning about midway through the second quarter and well into this second half. Just a slow start and a lot of mistakes have proven right now to doom Southside as far as their effort on the road this evening.
And they have shown fight, but right now they have to play extremely fast. I mean, you're talking 5 minutes, a little under 6 minutes on the clock. You got to go when you're down 3 touchdowns. You got to go fast.
Bryan chasing down for his life, just has to get rid of it. And that looked as if it was grounding, and finally the flag gets thrown. Ball didn't get anywhere close to the line of scrimmage, even though Bryan was well outside the tackle box. And Bryan, just to escape a sack, gets rid of the football. So that likely will be an intentional grounding on Southside. Officials have thrown a lot of flags on both teams. Southside, however, getting the majority of those penalties this evening. Southside has fought through a lot of injuries so far this season, including their star quarterback, Gage Neesmith, against Hokes Bluff in just the second game of the regular season.
Well, they've done well. I have to commend them, man, because, hey, when you lose a quarterback, that's the most important piece of the offense. And go ahead.
I was about to say, actually had a chat with Brody McCutcheon's dad prior to today's game, about 90 minutes prior to kickoff, and that's one of the things he mentioned was just how resilient and how much fight and togetherness that this Southside Panthers squad has shown this year.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, I love it all season. They've shown that kind of grit, and they hadn't let it bother them. They just next man up concept.
And that, as you know, you have to give a lot of the credit as far as setting the tone for that to Miles Holcomb and his coaching staff.
Hey, during my coaching tenure, I had a quarterback to break his fibula, and hey, that changed my entire season. I mean, that was my starting quarterback, and it was like we just couldn't get in rhythm. We couldn't get going, because he was such an important part. Luckily, he was a junior. He was able to come back his senior year and play.
We'll get the official indication. The fans will, and then we will.
That penalty declines. Legal forward pass, intentional grounding. Penalty applies, no penalty on the foul. And now, second down.
And then we'll get the official indication.
We have 2 fouls on the play.
So, yeah, the holding gets declined, and then the intentional grounding obviously accepted for Moody.
Well, they accepted the intentional grounding because it's loss of down, so smart play on the coach's behalf.
Give goes to Teague. We go under 5.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And even though Southside likely will come out on the short end of this 20-point decision as it stands right now, Eddie, with what we've been mentioning, with what you just mentioned as far as the season that Southside has had, there's still a lot of football that's in them as far as the postseason. They still have one more game remaining at rival Etowah next week, but as far as their forecast for the postseason, they'll have a likely home game in the first round. And if they can stay away from the injury bug any further, they can still go far, have the potential to go far in postseason play.
Well, a lot of football. I mean, you want to win this outright, but, hey, just didn't have it tonight so far right now. And you don't want to let this define your season right here. You go on and play, and you let the tiebreakers work themselves out. And, because Southside has a great team.
Timeout on the field. We'll take the timeout with them here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Final 4:49 of the fourth quarter here in our Battle of the Belt for the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Moody 34 and Southside 14, although it was 21-14 at the start of this fourth quarter. So Moody has been able to score a couple of touchdowns to extend what was a one-touchdown lead and at least cushion themselves now up by 20. Charlie Johnson, really the biggest difference maker for Moody, especially offensively.
Well, he did. Look like that long drive that Southside had. He was able to come in fresh, and he made some big plays,
2 touchdown passes and a rushing touchdown for Moody. 3rd and 27 yards to go for Southside. Brian loads up. He'll throw to the near side to McMichael, complete. And cannot shake a tackle as he gets taken down at the 32-yard line.
He got to get out of bounds right there, James. He got to get out of bounds to help save that clock right there. He had an opportunity, but he turned back in the field.
Caleb Goff comes up for the tackle for the Moody Blue Devils. Under 4.5 minutes to go. And looks as if that Coach Miles Holcomb for Southside will kick the football. Caleb Ogle out onto the field. Also the special teams unit, of course, for the Panthers.
Well, the defense want to play safe right there because they could fake it, but there's no need to even return it right here. Just get the football.
4 minutes to go. Ogle, one of his best kicks of the night, lands inside the 30 as Madison breaks one and cannot break another. Taken down at the 24-yard line as Moody will try and run out the clock here in the final 3:50 or so here until the finish line. And when you look at Moody, after coming off of a very tough loss to rival Leeds on the road last week, albeit a very short road trip for them, this was just what they needed as far as a really good performance, albeit in the middle portions of the game, late second into that third quarter, but otherwise they're going to get a big shot in the arm going into postseason play.
Well, here's what we talked about earlier with Moody and Southside and Leeds. This is where home field advantage come in at. You know, I think Leeds may have done to Moody what Moody's doing to Southside, and Southside very well did the same thing to Leeds at home. So, you know, that home field crowd, that home field advantage plays an important role. And
there's Burke scooting his way for the first down. Or actually, check that, it'll be the reserve running back getting his first carry of the night for the Blue Devils in Abram Jackson. That's an on-time Fashions first down, so Jackson getting his money's worth on that first down carry and his first carry of the night.
There's no need to rush right here. You know, I would snap that ball at about 5 seconds, on the 5 seconds, and you know, they pretty much got the game secured, but, you know, you want to teach them how to play in a close game.
It'll be a first down and 10. Delay give to Jackson. Wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage for a loss, and had a chance. Really good chat with Coach Jake Gaines earlier today, actually, as far as a game day discussion about his Moody Blue Devils, and he really at least his coaching job this week was to try and kind of amp down as far as any of the region talk with his team this week. And really he told me that, that as far as a possible region championship, that there wasn't that type of discussion as far as internally inside the team this week. A lot of as far as a business type of demeanor for the Blue Devils this week.
Well, I can tell you why, because you don't want to look ahead. I mean, you're looking ahead is when you get beat. You know, the task at hand is Southside. You know, now after they win this game, you can bet they're going to be watching everything that takes place, you know.
Jackson pummeled in the backfield for a loss as Southside takes one of their timeouts.
Because now you'll be looking at what? One loss Southside, one loss Moody, one loss Leeds. So now tiebreakers come into play.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, for any of their, especially first couple of rounds as far as their opposing teams, there'll be a lot of trouble as we'll go ahead and take this time out here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
Final 2:25 this evening as far as our FNN Game of the Week, our battle for the belt here at Bill Morris Stadium in Moody, Alabama. Actually on the outskirts of Moody, up Highway 411. Third down and 14. Johnson tries to hold on and successfully holds on to the ball, albeit he'll get dumped for a sack. Micah Hill getting in the stat column as far as a sack. Also, Titan Rich helps out, assisting on the play.
Now, I have to disagree with that right there. I wouldn't have just took a sack from the quarterback. You had 2 successful run plays. I would have ran the football, you know, instead of taking that big of a loss, because at the same time, you're changing field positions. Even though it's only 2:19 left in the game, you know, you're changing field position.
Yeah, timeout. But, Eddie, you look at this region as far as Southside, Moody, and Leeds, you're really, as far as this season, what we've seen from all three of those teams, a 1A, a 1B, and a 1C in 5A Region 6.
You're absolutely correct, and that's what I said. I mean, you want to look. That's why the game next week with Southside and Etowah is so important. Southside want to go in and get a win, because, you're looking at all scenarios with tiebreakers. And, so like I said, somebody's going to be first, and somebody's going to, even though they all beat each other, somebody's going to third, and that's not a typical third seed, but I would rather be a 1 or 2 seed where I get to host that game at home.
Yeah, usually you think that final non-region week, final week of the season is almost like a throwaway week, especially for the playoff teams or even for the teams that have struggled mightily during the season. It won't be so for Southside next week, especially with rival Etowah coming up.
Well, when I was head coach, I always tried to make sure that I played up in classification during my bye weeks, non-region games, because it matters,
McMichael takes the punt close to midfield. So the tiebreaker then, as far as who gets first, second, and third, as far as that three-way tie would come, as far as with all of those teams beating up on each other, would come down to who has basically as far as the collection of region wins when it comes to the combined win totals of the teams that they've beaten in non-region play.
Right.
And because Moody has not exactly played the best of region schedules as far as on paper, that is not exactly to their benefit. And Southside has actually played a pretty solid non-region schedule so far this year.
Absolutely. They played an extremely tough schedule.
Bryan under pressure as he'll keep and take across the 45-yard line. I think one thing for Southside you can take away as far as especially offensively is that especially on that 10-minute drive had 4 third-down conversions, and especially on the road, even though they're not going to win tonight, that's a learning experience that could prove very beneficial in the postseason.
Well, that was a great drive right there, and it narrowed the gap to a 1-touchdown score. But the defense has to come back out and actually has to hold, and that's where when they let Moody punch it in on them right there, it kind of broke their momentum right there, and that kind of hurt them right there, as far as winning this game.
Bryan passing toward Cooney, incomplete, and I can just hear the voice of Late Kicks Josh Pate screaming as far as your analysis, complimentary football. That especially proves very beneficial when every game matters in the playoffs.
That's right.
So Southside will actually make their 3rd consecutive postseason appearance under Miles Holcomb, and this is will be by far their best seed and really best positioning they've had in his tenure at Southside for the postseason.
Right, and again, you don't want to let this one game define your season because
here's the scramble and an on-time fashions first down run for Jordan Bryan. I think one thing that, even though you never want to see the type of injuries at Southside and the number of injuries that they've had, because they've been able to overcome those, especially to Gage Neesmith. And Cooper Horton, by the way, one of the starting linebackers, had ACL surgery earlier this week, so he's done for the year. They've had a lot of impact players out for the season, even on their offensive line. So it just shows you how disciplined, how focused, and how resilient that Southside has been this year.
Well, it makes a difference. And that's going to go a long way. You want those players.
Throw down the field into double coverage is incomplete. Moody having Hayden Bowman, one of the reserve safeties, on the coverage. 1 minute and change to go here in the game, as Moody will receive our FNN belt following tonight's game. So Moody will improve and actually close out the regular season at 8-2 on the season, 5-1 in Class 5A, Region 6.
Well, in this safety right here, even though he's a reserve, he's doing an excellent job by not letting any of the receivers get behind him right here. And that's why I was surprised about with their starting safety right there, because Southside still had the starters in the game.
Deep throw for McMichael. Excellent footwork and complete for a first down, and a Panther Express car wash on the way for Southside after that hookup from Bryan to McMichael.
Well, he tiptoed that sideline right there just like, hey, they do it in the NFL.
Yeah, that would have been a good catch on Sundays as McMichael manages expertly to keep both feet in bounds.
Yes, he done a toe tap.
Now I almost wished who his favorite receiver was for Saturday or Sunday. Here's Bryan toward the end zone, and that will be incomplete.
Well, he got his hand up late right there. That was a great play right there. It was a great throw. I'm impressed with Southside route combinations and offensive coordinators' calls right there. Hey, he does a great job.
Bearden that time for Moody. One of the number 4s because they have about a half dozen duplicate numbers on the roster this year on the coverage. So always keeps the announcers at least attention as far as who's out on the field, as we'll have a stoppage in play and a timeout on the field. We'll take the timeout with them. 1 minute and change left until the finish line, with Moody leading 34-14.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
Coming back to the line of scrimmage, Bryan under pressure. He has the path toward the end zone, goes to the far side, and he goes in for the touchdown. Jordan Bryan, his second rushing touchdown of the evening. We'll take a D&G Roofing second look at that touchdown for Jordan Bryan of 9 yards out. Has a 4-yard and a 9-yard touchdown run this evening. Also Mason Teague with a 4-yard touchdown in the second quarter. Makes it a 2-score game. Less than a minute to go, and obviously we'll see an onside kick come for Southside no matter what happens on this PAT. So Caleb Ogle in the kicking unit appears to be out on the field.
Yeah, I was about to say right here, you don't want to chase points because, again, you're only down 20 points. So
yeah, you're only down. So it was a personal foul penalty. As our white hat says the touchdown. Personal foul penalty will be assessed on the kickoff. Ogle wants to split the uprights with this PAT. Reliable kicker so far this year. A bit of a line drive that time, but good nonetheless. 34-21, Moody with the lead. We'll take the timeout here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week in our battle for the belt.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
.54 seconds remains in our FNN High School Football Game of the Week and our battle for the belt for 2023. So we'll award that FNN belt following the conclusion of tonight's game. And with a 13-point cushion for Moody, Southside following the Jordan Bryan touchdown, ready for the onside kick. Ogle gets the high hop, but it'll be the reception, we'll say, by Josiah Dozier on the onside kick. Some scores around the state of Alabama. Ranburne takes care of business in their matchup at Central Coosa. This is the final week of region play across the state of Alabama. We talked about Alexandria and Talladega. That was a non-region matchup for those two teams. And for Alexandria, this is their season finale. Solid win for Randolph County at home against Dadeville. And also Walter Wellborn has a big second half surge to take a 20-point lead as Moody goes to the victory formation and takes their first knee.
Well, he fumbled the snap.
Well, not exactly the cleanest of executions on one of the easiest formations in the entire game.
Completely fumbled the snap.
Oh, there's one of the best games in the state as Piedmont able to hold on against Hoax Bluff, and Plainview defeats Ohatchee.
And it appears like Piedmont may have went for two.
Another knee for Charlie Johnson. Johnson with 3 touchdowns this evening, as that's the final play for our FNN high school football game of the week. So Moody at least able to claim their share at the 5A Region 6 title. Southside the same as well. As we come to the end of tonight's game, a final score, Moody 34 and Southside 21. We'll begin our post game after this timeout.
Just off of Highway 59, there's a place we call home. A place where you can raise a family, start a business, or enjoy a lazy summer day on the river. It's a place with a small town feel and big town opportunities. Welcome to Rainbow City. Named the safest city in Alabama in 2020, you can sleep easy at night knowing Rainbow City's police and fire departments are always on guard, protecting our families. So welcome to Rainbow City. Come grow with us.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
From Moody, Alabama, at just shy of the campus of Moody High School here at Bill Morris Stadium. Your final for our Battle of the Belt. Moody leads wire to wire and wins against Southside 34-21 as Moody concludes the regular season at 8-2. And they take their share of the Class 5A Region 6 title this season, as does the Southside Panthers as they drop to 7-2 overall in the season and 5-1 in Class 5A Region 6. James Hardy, Eddie Bullock, Jim Jacobs, our FNN crew, as we hope to expect Coach Jake Gaines and maybe one of his players, hopefully Charlie Johnson, the quarterback, here in a little bit. But let's take a look at how we got this 34-21 final for Moody. And it was a fast first half for, at least the start of this game rather, for Moody, as Charlie Johnson here with the first of his 3 touchdowns, and this was one of his best throws of the night, Eddie.
Right, that was an excellent throw. That's a next level throw right there.
Yeah, back shoulder fade for the touchdown from 8 yards to K.D. Barnes. And this was one of the biggest plays early in this game, too, as Brian tries to throw the wheel route to Teague. And there's a one-handed interception by Chase Jackson as he goes in untouched for the pick 6.
Well, they tried that same play earlier, but that come from film sessions right there. You know, when you see that rollout right there to look back, yeah.
And when you look at that first half as far as the play calling, some of the best play calling from Moody this season, as it was the punter on a fake punt, Caleb Goff, for a huge first down, and that helped lead the Moody Blue Devils to another touchdown here early in the second quarter as Aiden Robinson takes a scrambling pass from Charlie Johnson down the sideline deep into Southside territory for a first down.
Well, that was a next level throw. He was sprinting right full speed, and he threw back across his body for that big gain right there.
Here's Johnson. Sees no one, decides to take care of the dirty work himself, and gets to the end zone for the touchdown. And following that touchdown, the 2-point conversion effort from Blaine Burke. Receives the snap. Nearly got stopped, but determined to get to the end zone for the 2-point conversion. Makes it 21-0 early in the second quarter. But you'll see at least the play that got Southside going in that first half. A 3rd and 15 pass from Jordan Bryan. And this was one of the best throws of the night for Bryan to McMichael, Caden McMichael, for a 27-yard gain on 3rd and 15 and a first down.
Dropped it right in the bucket right there. That's what you want.
Here's 4th and 10 for Bryan. Good pressure by the Moody defensive line as Gavin Baker applies the pressure for Moody, but Cooney behind the defense as A.J. Madison couldn't get there in time as Cooney with a 4th and 10 reception down to about the 6-yard line. 2 plays later, it is on 2nd and goal. Mason Teague around the left side and in from 4 yards out. His only touchdown of the night.
I think the motion confused them all night, though. They motioned 2 players to the right and then ran back to the left, and it just confused them.
Charlie Johnson, end of the first half, one of his rare mistakes tonight as Cole Garrett makes him pay with an interception. But otherwise, Johnson with an outstanding evening as Jordan Bryan had his moments too. That was one of 4 third down conversions on a 10-minute opening drive to begin the third quarter for Southside. So that set up a first down and goal. And then 3 plays after that third down conversion, on 3rd and goal from just inside the 4, Jordan Bryan waits for his blocking to develop and goes in untouched for what was a key touchdown for Southside.
Well, it put them right where they needed to be. I mean, a 1-score game right there. You know, the defense fresh, so you're hoping they come in and do what they need to do.
And then Johnson, under immense pressure, locates Hadaway for a huge first down. And then Burke, quiet for most of the night, but comes up big when his team needed it. A 27-yard scamper for the touchdown. So that helped extend the lead to 2 scores, up to 28-14. And then Johnson goes back to work. K.D. Barnes for a 2nd and long conversion of a first down inside the 30-yard line of Southside. And then this was another perfect throw on play action for Johnson.
Right, I saw it developing right there. It was a great call by Moody right there.
Yeah, that was on cue from Coach Eddie Bullock that time as Aiden Robinson receives the touchdown pass from Charlie Johnson. And one more scoring drive on the night, as this was some nifty footwork from Caden McMichael, an NFL catch inside the 10-yard line. And a couple plays later, it was Jordan Bryan from 9 yards out as he was able to dodge tacklers and get into the end zone to conclude the scoring for tonight's FNN High School Football Game of the Week. D&G Roofing with our second looks this evening and our highlights both at halftime and post-game, as Moody comes out with a 34-21 victory on senior night as they honored 21 seniors prior to tonight's ball game. Still awaiting hopefully a post-game visit from Coach Jake Gaines and maybe one of his players, looking for Coach for quarterback Charlie Johnson, as we'll go ahead and step aside, pay some bills, and we'll have more of our postgame after this.
Just off of Highway 59, there's a place we call home. A place where you can raise a family, start a business, or enjoy a lazy summer day on the river. It's a place with a small town feel and big town opportunities. Welcome to Rainbow City. Just a short drive from Birmingham, Chattanooga, or Huntsville. Rainbow City is a growing community where everyone is family. So welcome to Rainbow City. Come grow with us.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the river for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
From the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
From the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
Our FNN high school football game of the week as Moody takes home the battle for the belt for this 2023 football season as they defeat Southside 34-21 on senior night here at Bill Morris Stadium on the outskirts of Moody. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, our FNN crew, still awaiting Coach Jake Gaines and hopefully quarterback Charlie Johnson. But let's give you a look ahead as far as what we have for you here on FNN. And next week, 2 games of the week as far as our FNN game of the week. As always, our countdown to kickoff at 6:30. Thursday night, a trip to Jacksonville as far as Pleasant Valley against Weaver. That'll be the season finale for both of those teams. The regular season finale for Pleasant Valley, as they'll be making their way into the postseason in a couple of weeks. And the same for Fort Payne and Cherokee County next Friday up in Center, Alabama, as Cherokee County wants to kind of fine-tune their stellar performance in the regular season and get prepared as far as what they hope is another deep postseason run in the Class 4A playoffs. And then, of course, next week, our coaches show, from the FNN coaches show from Stretch Wings in Oxford. Yours truly, Jim Jacobs, along with Joe Medley and many others, a cast of many thousands as far as coaches, players, and, well, whomever else we bring as far as our featured guests for the FNN High School Football Coaches Show. Also, the Buck Sideline Scoreboard Show coming up following the conclusion of our telecast. And looks as if we have approaching our microphones down along our sideline camera, Charlie Johnson, as well as Coach Jake Gaines. So we'll let them get into position after a wire-to-wire victory, one of their most solid, consistent performances of this 2023 season. Moody concludes the regular season at 8-2 on the regular season. They'll have next week off, and we'll have a couple of weeks to prepare for their first-round playoff game. So a rock-solid performance, as I think we have Coach Gaines in. And, Coach, first off, congratulations on a real solid win tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you guys for your coverage and for coming out and checking out some Moody football.
Oh, absolutely. A great atmosphere tonight, Coach, and at least had to be one of at least your team's best performances, especially right before you begin postseason play.
Yeah, I think we're headed the right way. You know, I think we played well last week. Obviously, score was disappointing, and I'm just proud of the way the guys responded. You know, there was the way that we lost in that heartbreaking fashion. It'd be easy to kind of tuck your head and hang your head and not really come out here. And this is a heck of a football team. I mean, they're well coached, they're physical, and they do some really, really good stuff. And we were able to kind of control most of the game, and just proud of our guys for that.
Coach, this is Coach Bullock. Congratulations. And I got a question for you. I saw you got a police escort, and one of my old friends used to do that. You brought your players down to the end of the end zone, and you brought them in about 4 minutes before you got ready to play. Was that part of your game plan?
That's part. Yeah, we do that every home game, you know, kind of like a little Clemson, Howard's Rock kind of deal. Unfortunately, this will be the last time for probably a year or two because the new school is going right there and this whole road's going to be shut down. So it was a fun, you know, if that's the last home game we got, it was a good one to end on.
Well, I think you'll come up with another plan. You know, I saw earlier.
I think I'm going to build a tunnel and come out through some smoke or something.
Okay.
We'll do something.
Okay.
There you go. I know you mentioned earlier with me this morning as far as Charlie Johnson, your quarterback, and just the intangibles he brought, and it looked as if he was in firm command throughout the night at quarterback tonight.
Oh, he played phenomenal. I mean, made great throws on the run, showed what he can do with his legs a little bit, but just a leader and a great kid, and our kids love and respect him, and he cares about the team so much, and it shows in the way he plays. You know, the one call before half was 100% on me. Getting a little greedy, tried to do something different and put him in a bad spot, and so that's definitely on me. Besides that, I think he played a pretty flawless game.
Well, Coach, obviously you got postseason sights ahead of you with the week off next week, but we got a little something a little extra for you because it's our FNN battle for the belt this season, and a big win for y'all.
Yes, thank y'all. Yeah, we getting it right here.
We should have a little gold for you.
Let's go.
We got a little gift for you.
Look, buddy, this is Bobo. You'll see him soon.
Oh, yeah, we'll certainly be looking forward to seeing him. Once again, Coach, congratulations to you and your team for a big win tonight.
Awesome, thank you.
Absolutely.
Bo, smile right here.
There you go, as Coach Gain is posing for the camera. A little family portrait there as we'll go ahead. Let's bring in
Charlie, you grab the headset.
Charlie Johnson. We'll go ahead and get him in. Charlie Johnson, a superb game, the junior quarterback, as he'll don the headphones. And, Charlie, congratulations on a really good win tonight. Just going to talk about your performance tonight. It seemed as if you had a really stellar performance and made some key plays when your team needed it.
I mean, 34 points on the board is a lot, and I was just really proud of how our line played and our receivers and Blaine played. I think he made phenomenal runs all night. And, when we punched those two in at the end, that's just execution for our whole offense. I'm just really proud of them and just our passing game and how the whole game went. I felt like everything went smooth. So just really proud of our guys.
And Charlie, especially after a really excruciating loss at Leeds last week, just kind of talk about how you and your team was able to respond tonight.
Yeah, that's a tough loss, and I mean, I think we went into the next game, the Southside game, with just the next week. We wanted to put off the Leeds game and come into this week with a new mindset. And over the weekend and this whole week of practice, I thought we had a really good week of practice, and we were just able to put that game off and execute. And I was really proud how we did that.
Well, Charlie, congratulations. I got a question for you. I saw a couple of next level throws that you made, but sort of tell me what your mindset was when you came out after halftime and they were able to possess the ball pretty much the entire third quarter and you was on the sideline. What was your mindset, when they were driving down to score and get within one touchdown?
Well, thank you. Yes, sir. So we came out and I was talking to my guys on the sideline. I was telling them this is a must-score situation. We can't come off the field dry with no score, especially when they put that one in. And I mean, you just have to score. This must-score situation, and I think our guys knew that, and that's what happened when we came out on that field. We knew we had to score, and I was just telling them, especially on senior night, play your heart out. We gotta go score and punch this one in. So, that was pretty much the mindset going into that drive.
And then, Charlie, before we let you go, especially going into the postseason with this being your final regular season game, how big was it to get some positive momentum going into the postseason?
That's great. It turned out perfect. And, I was thinking, after that Leeds loss, we got to come out and we got to perform and we got to come into this game knowing, we got to win this game going into the playoffs. If we lost, it would be a huge momentum loss for us. So I'm glad that we won this game, and I'm just really proud of how our whole team played. Defense played really well. I was really proud of them, and I think it was awesome getting this game, going into playoffs. But yeah.
Charlie, congratulations once again, and good luck in the postseason.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Charlie Johnson, starting quarterback with 3 touchdowns tonight, as that wraps it up from Moody, Alabama, Bill Morris Stadium here on the campus, just off the campus of Moody High School. A big thanks to Jim Jacobs, my color analyst Eddie Bullock, and our FNN crew. James Hardy wishing you a good night and a happy weekend coming up for all of you as you've been watching the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Association season, the 10th week of competition, week 0. You guys know about all that. Let's get right into the program tonight because it is a monster week. This is the week where playoff fates are decided, region championships are awarded, and you start to get a picture maybe of who your contenders are in each classification. J. Jeff Cote here alongside Luke Robinson, the original team on here for the first time in a few weeks.
That is right.
I had a child getting married last weekend, so I missed last week, and I think you missed the week before, so
you got to rub some dirt on it. You got to play hurt.
Yeah, you got to.
You can't just say, my child got married and not show up
as a
to
parent
work.
After a wedding, that's playing hurt. I'm still playing hurt. So let's get into tonight, though, because we're going to get a live look in at some games tonight. Every game is either a win and you're in, losing you're out proposition or a region championship. But I think as we go through these games tonight, in each classification, we're going to start to get an idea of who the favorites are in the North and South in each one.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about it. And look, there were some really big, fun games tonight.
Yeah.
The BRHS one that was right here where we are in Ellick City was a fantastic game to watch on NFHS.
Awesome game, yeah.
Just a lot of fun. And then, of course, there was Thompson and Hoover. Now, look, I mean,
nobody expected that game to be fun.
Yeah, and also I would say at the beginning of the year, if somebody had told you, hey, I'll give you a ticket to go see one game, what game do you want to see? I would bet a lot of people would say they wanted to be Thompson and Hoover. They didn't know Hoover was going to fall off quite so much.
If there were a line on such games, and there probably is, knowing Birmingham, Alabama, but what would Thompson have been? 3-touchdown favorite?
Oh, I'd say at least. I mean,
Yeah.
Thompson at this point has gotten to that Georgia-Alabama status where they're going to get bumped up a few points just because so many people believe, they're going to blow them out. So
Yeah.
Whoever it is they're playing.
And let me say this for the Hoover Bucks, too. It's been a tough year for Hoover, which we
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
From the Loft Tackle Store.
From the team in service.
From the team in parts.
From the sales team.
From the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
Get the look of summer year-round at Sunkissed Tanning in Alexandria. Life's an adventure. Adjust as you go. It's the time of year when your schedule is busier than ever. You'll find level 4 bronzing beds, spray tanning, or a tanning booth to meet all your tanning needs. Refer 3 friends and get a free visit. With school back in, maintain your summer color with a full line of enhancer lotions. You'll also find extended hours during the season. Call 256-403-6014 or follow us on Instagram and Facebook for special offers. Sunkissed Tanning, Suite E in the shopping center next to Foodland in Alexandria.
Family owned and operated for over 50 years, Miller Funeral Home is committed to providing families with the finest services for their loved ones, including our newest service, Aquamation. Aquamation is a gentle, respectful, and eco-friendly alternative to flame cremation. Miller Funeral Home is the only facility in the state of Alabama that offers the Aquamation service. Call us or visit our website today to learn more about how we can serve you and your loved ones.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years' experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
For local and long-distance 24-hour towing or paint and body shop work at affordable prices, call David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive in Jacksonville. You want excellent customer service? You always get quality workmanship, plus they're insured, licensed, and bonded. Here's the number, 256-435-7083. Located at 1116 Alexandria Road Southwest in Jacksonville. Steve Rayburn at David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive wishes good luck to all our area teams.
Accessible and locally unparalleled. Whether you're transitioning to a university or launching straight into a lucrative career, a degree from SUSDC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations, dedicated faculty and staff, endless possibilities. It's all waiting for you at Southern Union. It's time to venture forward. Register today.
No, wrong! Bring it in, guys!
guys, take a knee. Let's go over this again. Who starts off with a real Coke taste?
Coca-Cola!
And then Coca-Cola pitches the real Coke taste to who?
Coca-Cola!
How is Coca-Cola going to give real Coke taste to itself? Take a lap, genius! Coca-Cola takes a snap and then pitches the real Coke taste to Coke Zero running up on the right. You got it?
Yeah!
At that point, we fake punt the real Coke taste. Who fakes the punt?
Coke Zero!
Take a lap! Coke Zero! Real Coke taste!
0 calorie!
Russell Do-It Center and building supply stores have the tools and materials to get the job done right, whether you're a professional contractor or just a weekend do-it-yourselfer. With everyday customer conveniences like a drive-through lumberyard, price match promise, and our best rewards program, each of our 9 locations offer top brands and building materials like lumber, hardware, tools, paint, lawn and garden, and much more. Visit today and see what Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply can help you build tomorrow.
Hello, my name is Dave Milton with Southeastern Land Group. I'd like to tell you a little bit about our company. We sell farmland and timberland in Alabama and the surrounding states. Not only do we have a land sales division, but we also have a timber sales division where we can help you with your timber sales and your timber appraisals. There's 22 of us in our group scattered throughout the southeastern United States. We are a full-service land and timber sales company. We do with farmland, timberland, cattle property, poultry farms. 866-751-LAND. Go to the website, selandgroup.com.
Hey Cougar Nation, it's Coach Gilmer here, reminding you to buckle up on your way home after the game tonight and every time you get in the car. Seatbelts save lives, so buckle up every time. No exceptions. We want to keep Cougar Nation safe and alive, so buckle up, stay safe, and go Cougars.
This has been a message from the Alabama Department of Transportation with Drive Safe Alabama, reminding everyone to always buckle up to and from the games and don't text and drive.
It's time for Inside the AHSAA with AL.com's Ben Thomas on the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Brought to you by the Alabama Department of Transportation, who reminds you to drive safe and buckle up, Alabama. And Ben Thomas joins us now from AL.com, where he writes about high school sports. Ben, on-the-field stuff is what we love to talk about. Sometimes off-the-field stuff creeps in there. We had a situation earlier this season, Coosa Christian. And now we have this report about Gulf Shores High School possible violations of the transfer rule. Can you summarize that for us? I know you wrote about it this week.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, actually, you know, the credit goes to Simone Eli and WKRG-TV. They're the ones that had some documents that seem to reveal that a fitness club down in the Gulf somewhere was fitting the bills for some of the Gulf Shore student athletes, the housing apartment bills. That's kind of the gist of it. There's a lot of other things. You can go on WKRG.com and get the full report, or you can go on AL.com and see our just abbreviated report of what they did. But that's kind of the gist of it. I'm hoping to get some comments we're hoping that Mark Hudspeth and Gulf Shores gives their side of the story. But there definitely is something to be reported there, and whether, now it appears that the AHSAA is going to come in there next week and maybe investigate. Now, whether anything comes of that or not, we'll see. But because they're the number one team in the state in Class 5A and they're undefeated, certainly a lot of eyes have been raised. And, the fact that we're less than 2 weeks now before the playoffs. You see this happening a lot this time of year. I mean, this is kind of the time of year where we see other schools turn in other schools, and maybe there's some forfeits, maybe there's not. But I think, without saying anything controversial, I think it's going to be an interesting week and a half until we get to the playoffs.
Yeah, no question. And I would think because of the timing, because, as you mentioned, we're 2 weeks out from the playoffs, I would think that there would be a sense of urgency for the AHSAA to issue a ruling on this before the playoffs get started, right?
Yeah, I would think so. But then again, you want to they make the right ruling in their mind. I mean, that they have you got the evidence you need, or you don't have the evidence you need, and feel good about whatever decision comes out.
We also saw a situation this week where a Spain Park player is transferring to Thompson. At this point in the season, will be eligible to play this weekend. Has that always been the rule? Because I don't remember players transferring and playing 2 days later.
Well, as long as I can remember, the rule's been if you make if your family makes a bona fide move into another school district, as long as that move is checked out and you're good academically and other eligibility-wise, you can play. Now, they play. Thompson plays Hoover tonight. You're talking about Jared Smith, who's a 4-star junior defensive end. He was at Spain Park and played for Spain Park last Friday night. And their coach, Tim Pakakis, came out and told us this on Monday, told AL.com on Monday that, hey, he has left. They've been a moving truck and moving to Thompson. And they have indeed, we found out late this week that he has indeed enrolled at Thompson. Now, whether he's at practice yet, I don't know. Whether he's going to play in the game against Hoover, it's going to be hard to imagine that he would step out there tomorrow night and play against Hoover. We'll see. Or Friday night, we're recording this segment, but moving forward, certainly they're another contender to win their 5th straight title, and it'll be interesting to see because that's a tough situation. To have a high-profile guy like that move in, and you have the guys who have worked hard in that program all year to be in position, and then if he comes in and replaces one of those guys, how do those guys feel? So I think that's going to be an intriguing storyline. Like I said, I don't know if he's playing Friday night against Hoover or not, but I think even in the playoffs, it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But it's a big move. I mean, this guy is one of the top 5 or 10 junior prospects in the state.
Whether it's college ball or high school ball, we live in interesting times right now. And we've got Ben Thomas with us from AL.com. Ben, thank you so much for the time. We'll get back together next week and start inching our way to the playoffs.
We're almost there. We'll talk next week.
This has been Inside the AHSAA with Ben Thomas of AL.com, brought to you by the Alabama Department of Transportation, who reminds you to drive safe and buckle up, Alabama. Thank you again to Ben Thomas for joining us on Inside the AHSAA every week. And let's get into scores on the 4s. One more time. Here we go. 7A scoreboard, Luke.
All right, number 1, Central Phoenix City. They had the week off getting ready for the playoffs coming up in a couple of weeks. Number 2, Thompson 21, Hoover 11. Again, JJ, I know it's a loss. I know Hoover is not into moral victories, but in a way, you got to chalk one up to say that's a good effort tonight. Yeah. Number 3, Mary Montgomery. They were up 56-0 over Robertsdale in the 4th quarter, so I think we can go ahead and chalk that up for a win. Number 4, Dothan. They're able to get by Opelika 38-34. Number 5, Auburn shuts out Prattville 48-0. My goodness gracious. Number 6, Vestavia 45, Tuscaloosa County nothing. Number 7, Enterprise 41, and JAG 8. Is that what we're going with, by the way?
JAG?
Yeah,
I think so.
Or instead of Jag?
It's Johnson, Abernathy, and Greats.
Well, we're not saying all that. It's either Jag or JAG.
Yeah.
Which one
I've been going JAG.
Okay, that's what and I see the periods after each one. That's what I'll roll with, too. Number 8, Baker 21, Fairhope 16. It was number 9, Hewitt-Trussville 49, Chelsea 20. Meanwhile, number 10, Austin, they take care of Huntsville 52-25.
All right, some other scores out of 7A now as Daphne defeats Foley 37-35. It was Spain Park over Oak Mountain 42-17. Bob Jones defeats Albertville. It was 37-0 in the 3rd quarter, last update we had. And Florence over Sparkman 36-17. Scores on the 4s is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. When we come back, we'll go to the Southeastern Land Group hotline, start looking in on some games, big games, around the state tonight, and we'll start with that big Opelika-Dothan game. We'll talk about it next on the AHSAA Radio Network. The Alex City Parks and Rec Department serves the residents of Alexander City with quality facilities and programs designed to positively affect the lives of the citizens. From youth sports programs to adult activities and our senior center, the Alex City Parks and Rec offers services for all ages. The Cooper Rec Center, Lake Winds Golf Course, and the Senior Activity Center are just some of the great features the Alex City Parks and Rec Department provides for the people of Alex City. For more information on any of our programs, call 256-329-6736.
Have you stopped by Lifesavers Mission Thrift Store lately? If you haven't, you should. You'll find great pieces for your favorite do-it-yourself project. Lightly used name brand clothing by Free People, North Face, Matilda Jane, Patagonia, and a whole lot more. And while you're there, don't miss the shoes, decorative pieces, classic and new books, and Auburn and Alabama gear that won't cost you a fortune. So stop and shop at Lifesavers Mission Thrift Store today for a unique thrift experience that won't break the budget. Lifesavers Mission Thrift, located on East University behind Zaxby's.
Serving East Central Alabama since 2005, we are Coosa Valley Respiratory and Home Medical of Sylacauga. Coosa Valley Respiratory has medical equipment and supplies, including oxygen to home ventilation services. We carry a full line of bracing, power chairs, scooters, and more. And when you trust Coosa Valley Respiratory, you are dealing with local people that care about your well-being. Providing quality home care for our community, Coosa Valley Respiratory and Home Medical, 201 West Fort William, Sylacauga. Give us a call at 256-245-1411.
Lake Area Realty specializes in Lake Martin real estate. They can help simplify your next real estate purchase or sell and have helped many home buyers and sellers through the area buy and sell real estate with precision. Lake Area Realty utilizes powerful marketing tools and knowledge of the lake to help you with your next move. Call your local hometown agency today. Lake Area Realty at 256-825-4800. That's 256-825-4800. Lake Area Realty, helping you find your way home.
Did you know that Patterson Truck Parts offers 24-hour wrecker and recovery, and it doesn't matter how big or how small the vehicle is? From a compact car to an 18-wheeler, Patterson Truck Parts has you covered, no matter what your moving need is, even if you need to move a storage building. Be sure to call on Patterson Towing. That's Patterson Towing, a division of Patterson Truck Parts. If you need a tow, big or small, call Patterson Towing at 256-234-3981. That's 256-234-3981.
$500 over invoice now at Tony Sarah Ford. Every new Ford on the lot, $500 over invoice when you trade and finance with Tony Sarah Ford, plus 3.9% financing for 72 months. Save thousands on new F-150s and more, all backed by Sarah's lifetime warranty. No charge. Every new Ford, $500 over invoice at Tony Sarah Ford. In Sylacauga, TonySarahFord.com.
Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Jay and Luke with you as we start our tour around the state tonight. Some of the big games going on, and we're going to start with this one on the Southeastern Land Group hotline. Whether you're buying or selling rural land in the Southeast, Southeastern Land Group is the place to start. Van Riggs joins us from WKKR in Opelika. He's the play-by-play voice for the Opelika Bulldogs, who fall tonight 38-34 to Dothan. Van, I know the loss tonight, but how are you, my friend?
Hey, I'm doing good, Jeremy. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, it was an exciting first half, good first half, and things just went downhill for us in the second half and rallied there late, but just too big of a deficit to overcome a three possession lead. Late in the game, got one onside kick, ended up making it very interesting. Tried for a second onside kick with 20 seconds left. It was close, but not enough tonight to pull off the win against Dothan.
All right, so tell us where that leaves Opelika right now.
Well, it was a win or get in for us. There was actually three teams. There's a three-way tie right now with Auburn, Dothan, and Enterprise. They're all with the same record right now, so that's going to come down to a crazy tiebreaker scenario with opponents' wins because they've all beat each other. So with a win tonight, we would have gotten the tiebreaker over Dothan, so we were playing for the fourth seed essentially tonight. And unfortunately for us, that wrapped the season up for Opelika.
When you take a look at that region, and it's so tough. Now, you've seen Dothan and Enterprise ascending. We know how tough Opelika is.
Alabama, school spirit is in the air on Friday nights. At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're giving our customers the opportunity to show their school spirit every day with our new Spirit debit card. We've designed a unique card for every Calhoun County school that includes the school's logo. So every time you use the card, you're showing your school spirit. Come in and get your school spirit debit card today. We've got spirit at FNN Bank. Service, solutions, and strength. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Hey, this is Kayla Tenney with Really Real Estate, serving Calhoun and surrounding areas. I am your local agent here supporting your local community, and I am a proud sponsor of the Friday Night Network. I am so excited to get to watch all the local athletes on Friday nights from the sidelines. To all of our band members, football players, cheerleaders, and coaches, good luck and have a great and safe season.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
For local and long-distance 24-hour towing or paint and body shop work at affordable prices, call David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive in Jacksonville. You want excellent customer service? You always get quality workmanship. Plus, they're insured, licensed, and bonded. Here's the number, 256-435-7083. Located at 1116 Alexandria Road Southwest in Jacksonville. Steve Rayburn at David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive wishes good luck to all our area teams.
The South. Visit jsu.edu.
76% of nurses say they went into the profession because they wanted to help patients. No matter the reason you decided to become a nurse, you have all the tools needed to advance your degree at Jacksonville State University. Our Master's in Nursing program is now offered fully online and can be completed in less than 2 years. You can customize a flexible course schedule so you can receive your advanced education degree all while working on the front line. JSU Nursing, your opportunity to advance your career and serve your community.
Russell Do-It Center and building supply stores have the tools and materials to get the job done right, whether you're a professional contractor or just a weekend do-it-yourselfer. With everyday customer conveniences like a drive-through lumberyard, price match promise, and our best rewards program, each of our 9 locations offer top brands and building materials like lumber, hardware, tools, paint, lawn and garden, and much more. Visit today and see what Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply can help you build tomorrow.
Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show, where we've arrived at our Game of the Week discussion, Luke. And I don't know, there's so many big games now. A lot of them didn't turn out quite as close as we thought they might. On some of them, look, the Opelika game, it wound up being a 4-point game, but like Van said, they were down 17 late in that game, but get an onside kick, scored, and so is anything standing out to you as kind of Game of the Week material?
Well,
right now?
I'll tell you, the Andalusia at Montgomery Catholic game is, even though it turned out to be a 13-point win for Montgomery Catholic, which I'll go over in a second, but Andalusia was up 8-0 at the half. I watched a lot of that game to start off with, and it was funny because the announcers were like, "We don't know if this is going to be a slugfest or a scoring fest. We feel like it'd be one of the two."
Right.
And it really sort of fell in between. And at 8-0 at the half, you're thinking, "Oh my God, points are at a premium." Well, In the second half, Montgomery Catholic puts up 27.
27 unanswered at one point.
Yeah, Caleb McCrary, great player for them. Committed to Troy, of course, Jamarian Burnett for Andalusia. But they held him in check for the most of the game that I saw.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to watch all of it, but at the very beginning, nobody was really getting loose.
And, the funny thing about that is that game played out very similarly to the regular season game those two played against each other last year, which same sort of situation. Montgomery Catholic won the game. Of course, Andalusia wound up beating Montgomery Catholic in the semifinals, went on to Super 7 and won a state title. I'm gonna go a little different. I'm gonna be Homer here.
I figured I'd let you have this. I'm serving it up on a platter.
I'm gonna let this be Homer here because the school closest to us, of course, is Benjamin Russell High School here in Alex City, where we film the show, and our studios are literally a couple of miles away from the stadium. And it was a terrific game with Benjamin Russell and Helena tonight, and it wound up being the determining game for a region championship. Benjamin Russell gets a 3-point win. It had drama, it had turnovers, it had scoring, it had defense. There was just a little bit of everything. It was a really classic, what you expect in a region championship determining sort of game. So I think I'll lean to that one because it just seemed it was drama filled right until the very, including a late long first down.
Yep.
To clock the ball from there. It's time now for Scores on the Fours, brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Luke, let's run through the 4A.
In 4A, as I mentioned, it was Montgomery Catholic, number 3, defeating number 1, Andalusia, 27-14. Number 2, Cherokee County, 56, Asheville, 7. Jackson, the number 4 team in 4A, 45, Wilcox Central, nothing. Wilson was also shut out by the number 5 team in Class 4A. That's West Morgan, 62-0. Number 6, Hanley, 35, Munford, 14. Number 7, Jacksonville wins 62-0 over White Plains. Number 8, Corner, they lose at Haleyville, 32-13. Number 9, Bibb County, 54, Hope, nothing. And number 10, Oneonta, they win 55-42 over Good Hope.
All right, some other scores now around 4A. Escambia County, 28-15 over Orange Beach. Bayside Academy, 39-13 over Satsuma. It was St. Michael over T.R. Miller. I watched some of this game. This game went back and forth all night. 55-54, the final score.
Wow.
Booker T. Washington over Dale County, 40-26. St. Michael got the win, by the way. Bullock County over Slocum, 37-14. Montgomery Academy over Geneva, 55-24. West Blockton over Dallas County, 35-16. Sipsey Valley over Hale County, 48-20. American Christian over Montevallo, 18-6. Anniston over Cleburne County, 38-28. Cordova over Curry, 49-6. Northside over Hamilton, 47-6. Deschler over Brooks, 56-28. Rogers over DAR, final score there. Over West Limestone, 25-7. It was North Jackson over DAR, 72-7. Westminster Christian over New Hope, 55-28. Randolph defeats Priceville, 28-24. We're back with more right after this.
Hey everybody, this is Alvin Briggs here. Just like on the field on Friday night, safety is the key behind the wheel. Remember, distracted drivers is one of the main contributors to car crashes. Stay focused, keep your eye on the road, put your phones away, drive smart, drive safe.
This has been a message from the Alabama Department of Transportation with Drive Safe Alabama, reminding everyone to always buckle up to and from the games and don't text and drive.
Encore Sports Medicine.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care opens 7 days a week. Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
next. Inspired by the bold bison, Southern Union students blaze new trails every single day. They press forward knowing their SU education will lead them to success. Affordable, accessible, and locally unparalleled. Whether you're transitioning to a university or launching straight into a lucrative career, a degree from SU SDC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations, dedicated faculty and staff, endless possibilities. It's all waiting for you at Southern Union. It's time to venture forward. Register today.
Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. It's Jay and Luke with you as we look at some of the more high-profile games across the state tonight. None more high-profile than this matchup in 4A with Andalusia traveling to Montgomery Catholic. Montgomery Catholic gets the win, final score being 27-14 there. Brian Capps joins us. He was at that game, part of the broadcast crew for WAAO in Andalusia. Brian, how you doing?
Hey, guys, doing great. How about y'all?
Very good. Listen, it seems to me as I was following along in this game, Andalusia led at the half. Catholic puts a run on, 27 unanswered. It reminded me a lot, and tell me if I'm wrong, of last year's regular season matchup that was played in Andalusia. Did the two games seem to unfold a little similarly to you?
Yes, they did a lot. It really was the tale of two halves, just like it was last year. And Andalusia missed some opportunities early in the first half. We had a couple guys that we just couldn't quite hit downfield who were it was really busted coverage. They did a good job of getting open. Just couldn't get them, and a couple missed opportunities. But it was a defensive struggle. It was 8-0 at halftime. Andalusia leading, and like you said, the adjustments were made at halftime by Montgomery Catholic, and they came out on fire in the second half.
Yeah, it sounds like Caleb McCreary for Montgomery Catholic really had a great second half. Can you tell us a little bit about him?
Yes, absolutely, he did. I think he threw one pass. It ended up being a touchdown kind of in the corner of the end zone. But you're right. I think a lot of faced with, trying to contain him. And they got 2 other guys, running backs, who are really good. And it was a really good game plan to trying to get him around the edge, and those guys were just running up the middle in the second half. But you're right, McQuarrie he's a really, really good player, and I know he's been hurt, some this year, but he come back and he looked healthy tonight.
Andalusia, of course, has a lot of weapons too. Jamarian Burnett's a fabulous player, several others as well. Montgomery Catholic's defense had 7 shutouts in 9 games leading into this game. Is it scheme, Brian, that they play defense so well? Is it personnel, or a little of both?
I'm gonna say a little of both. And we were talking to someone who covers them before the game, and they talked about how they thought this defense this year was maybe a little better than last year's defense, even though they had all those studs last year. But you're right; they just cover the ball really well, and we were trying to establish the run tonight, and really just could not get it going at all. And credit their defensive line for kind of getting that in the way.
All right, let me ask you this: the 4A. This is familiar territory for Andalusia. You lose to Montgomery Catholic in the regular season last year. You beat Montgomery Catholic in the semifinals. Go on to the state title last year. I look at the 4A this year. Obviously, you guys, Montgomery Catholic, Jackson, Handley, Jacksonville. In the north, I think everybody's kind of chasing Cherokee County, it looks like. Maybe West Morgan or maybe an Aniana, somebody like that. But, man, that it's a loaded classification. It seems to be loaded, especially in the south.
You're exactly right. We talked about that as a broadcast crew maybe 2 weeks ago, that you have 5, possibly 6 teams in the South that could go all the way and win the state championship. And I don't believe, we were kind of looking at other classifications. I don't know if that's the case if you have that many dominant teams in other classifications like 4A is this year, especially South.
Yeah, it may be the most fun classification when playoff time comes around. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. don't count Andalusia out. They'll regroup, but I'm sure, just like the other two, it's just a path. You're looking at possibly, Andalusia opens up with Montevallo. It looks like possibly an Andalusia-Jackson second-round game. And, man, that would be
that'd be a lot of fun.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a fun game. Brian Capps with us, WAAO Radio in Andalusia. Thank you so much for the time, Brian.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, so in the minute we have left before we get to scores on the fours, Brian said, well, don't give up on the Andalusia's been number one wire to wire. I don't think nobody's sleeping on Andalusia. I promise
you know what
you
it
that
reminds
one.
me of a little bit?
What?
Remember last year, Travis Kelce after the Super Bowl? Nobody thought we'd do it. Literally,
everybody
thought you would do it.
Yeah, everybody.
Or whenever, I think it was Kirby Smart after the national championship game against TCU.
Nobody gave us a chance.
Everybody was counting us out.
Yeah.
Nobody was counting you out. And you were a prohibitive favorite by Las Vegas. You can't keep saying that. I know we all have to self-motivate somehow, and when you're really, really good like Andalusia, you probably do have to say things like, a loss like this can be good for them in the sense that it may get their mind right heading into the playoffs. You don't want to lose. You like being number one and all those things, but in the end, it's about how far you go in the playoffs.
You go back and you look at the scores, and Catholic Montgomery's the same way. All year, just dominant scores, and then you get these two teams that match up, and it really comes down to whoever just has the best game that night, right?
It's funny because I so distinctly remember watching a lot of these kids that are playing for Montgomery Catholic so well, about 4 years ago. I mean, just thinking this team's going to be awesome, and here they are.
For a really long time. Scores on the fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles, 2A, Luke.
In
3A. I'm sorry, 3A.
Yeah. In 3A, it was number 1, Mobile Christian, 45. Number 6, Thomasville, 14. Number 2, Madison Academy. They're always good. They win 55-7 over Susan Moore. Number 3, Gordo had the week off. Number 4, Mars Hill Bible, 36, and Scottsboro, 35. What a great game that was. Number 5, St. James had the week off. Number 6, Thomasville, as I mentioned earlier, they lose tonight to number 1, Mobile Christian, 45-14. Number 7, Lauderdale County, 41, and Colbert Heights, 7. It was number 8, Sylvania, 30, Westbrook Christian, 7. Number 9, Geraldine, 54, Glencoe, 7. And number 10, Houston Academy, 56, Providence Christian, 14.
All right, let's get some other 2A scores in, where we've got Hillcrest Evergreen over Cottage Hill, 54-7. It was Excel losing to WS Neal, 46-39. Headland over New Brockton, 42-20. Pike County over Daleville, 49-6. Strawn over Ob, 47-0. Alabama Christian over Southside Selma, 54-34. Trinity over Greensboro, 49-7. Prattville Christian over Sumter Central, 42-0. Randolph County over Dadeville, 32-22. Walter Welborn over Sac, 62-34. Beulah over Weaver, 38-31. It was Tarrant over Carbon Hill, 42-28. Fayette County over Midfield, 36-18. Piedmont over Hoax Bluff, 22-21. Plainview over Ohatchee, 34-18. Viamont over Asbury, 28-0. Danville over Brindley Mountain, 64-0. Colbert County over Elmont, 49-0. And Phil Campbell over Clemens, 44-36. When we come back, we'll review last night's TV game of the week. Stay with us.
Lay your best to rest. Call the best. Lewis Pest Control.
Lewis Pest Control is now serving Alexander City and the entire Lake Martin area. They've been family owned and operated for over 60 years. Whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial, Lewis has environmentally safe products for all your pest control needs. Lewis Pest Control.
Lay your best to rest. Call the best. Lewis Pest Control.
Since 1908, many talented tradesmen and women have proudly represented the Dixie Electric Plumbing and Air name. We are grateful for their commitment to excellence, always providing our clients with quality work that we're glad to guarantee with 100% satisfaction. No matter the problem, the Dixie Electric team is here for you, serving the Montgomery and Auburn areas. Thank you for choosing a locally owned company.
For more information, go to calldixie.com.
Call Dixie and it's done.
Hi, this is Brian Bice with Bice Motors. With our all-star lineup of Dodge trucks, Jeep, SUVs, and Chrysler.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team.
From the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
Get the look of summer year-round at Sunkissed Tanning in Alexandria. Life's an adventure. Adjust as you go. It's the time of year when your schedule is busier than ever. You'll find level 4 bronzing beds, spray tanning, or a tanning booth to meet all your tanning needs. Refer 3 friends and get a free visit. With school back in, maintain your summer color with a full line of enhancer lotions. You'll also find extended hours during the season. Call 256-403-6014 or follow us on Instagram and Facebook for special offers. Sunkissed Tanning, Suite E in the shopping center next to Foodland in Alexandria.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
Hey, this is Kayla Tenney with Really Real Real Estate, serving Calhoun and surrounding areas. I am your local agent here supporting your local community, and I am a proud sponsor of the Friday Night Network. I am so excited to get to watch all the local athletes on Friday nights from the sidelines. To all of our band members, football players, cheerleaders, and coaches, good luck and have a great and safe season.
For local and long-distance 24-hour towing or paint and body shop work at affordable prices, call David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive in Jacksonville. You want excellent customer service? You always get quality workmanship, plus they're insured, licensed, and bonded. Here's the number, 256-435-7083. Located at 1116 Alexandria Road Southwest in Jacksonville. Steve Rayburn at David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive wishes good luck to all our area teams.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Some fourth down stops by the Dora defense, and Dora just got off to a great start. They were very explosive early in the game. They had scored 3 touchdowns before Oak Grove even got on the scoreboard. So they set the tone early and pretty much dominated the game.
And Dora now goes to 6-1 in 4A Region 5. Oak Grove falls to 4-3. You've got kind of a cluster of teams there at the top. Corner's still unbeaten at 6-1. Dora or 6-0. Dora now 6-1, and you've got Haleyville at 5-1 right now, and of course that's going into tonight's game. So you could wind up with a Haleyville Corner, one of those 3-way ties where they start getting into opponents. Common opponents and opponents wins and all that sort of stuff. It's a pretty strong region there at the top, Corner, Dora, and Haleyville.
The win for Dora last night was very important, and we talked to Coach Williams about this after the game. They knew if they won last night, they were going to secure a first-round home field playoff game, whether they were able to get into a tie with if Haleyville could be cornered. It didn't matter who won the game tonight if they won last night. So they did. So we do know Dora's got a first-round home game. It's been a very competitive region this year, and it has gone down to the wire, which is, as a fan, you like to see. And we won't know the seedings till after tonight, and I guess it's possible we won't know after tonight.
Dora does not have a state playoff championship in its history. Obviously, that is something they would love to get in the playoffs and make a run for. How is this team built? What do they do well, and what are they counting on to be able to make that kind of run?
Well, if you're looking at this kind of from a wide view, a wide-angle view, if you will, you're thinking about, okay, who can challenge what appears to be, again, this year, the favorite in the North in 4A Cherokee County? Aniana has a good team this year, but they've had a couple of losses that I think surprised some folks, and then you start looking around, the South in 4A is really strong, but you wonder who can challenge Cherokee County, who going into this week is still unbeaten and has really been dominating their opponents. Well, you got to think, okay, after what we saw last night with Dora, could they be a 4A North contender? Because they've got a lot of talent. If you saw the game, they've got a load of athletes. They got a lot of speed on defense. They've moved the ninth grader Colby Key to quarterback, which has enabled Dora to put Keyshawn Pryor at a wide receiver, he's much more dynamic and dangerous. He's a great quarterback, and he still plays some quarterback. But the young ninth grader came in, they've inserted him as the starter, and he just looks like another great young quarterback in the state of Alabama because he played with a lot of poise last night, and if he can continue that into the postseason, that's going to enable them to play Keyshawn Pryor out in some other areas with some of their other athletes. And this Dora team, they're going to be a tough team to deal with, and they're strong up front, too. They've got good offensive and defensive linemen, so they are built to win. And I think they are playing very well right now, which is obviously what you want as you head into the playoffs.
Mickey Shandricks is with us, play-by-play voice of the AHSAA TV network game of the week, as Dora last night takes care of business with a 47-22 win over Oak Grove, on the road at Oak Grove, too. Mickey, thank you so much for the time. I'll check in with you next week.
All right, enjoy the games tonight.
All right, scores on the fours, brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Luke, 2A.
In 2A Top 10, number 1 BB Comer, they took care of Fayetteville last night, 49-0. It was number 2 Highland Home losing at number 4 Reeltown, 21-14 this evening, though. Number 3 Fife, they are on the winning track again, 46-0 over Eider. Number 4 Reeltown, as I mentioned, they went over number 2 Highland Home, 21-14. Number 5 Pisgah, 50, Section 20. Number 6 Cottonwood over Geneva County, 38-0. It was number 7 Locust Fork, no problem with West End, 51-12. Number 8 Tanner, they lose to Boonesville, Mississippi, 48-21 this evening. Number 9 Sulligent had the night off, and number 10 Goshen, 62. Horseshoe Bend, 38. So Horseshoe Bend put up a lot of points.
Put up some points there, yeah. Let's get at some other scores now in 2A, where it was Clark County over Francis Marion, 33-8. Washington County over J.U. Blackshear, 27-20. Zion Chapel over Abbeville, 56-28. Arrington over Sampson, 37-7. G.W. Long defeats Wicksburg, 31-26. Luverne shuts out Lafayette, 36-0. It was Rambert over Central Coosa, 64-39. Thorsby over Vincent, 36-18. Isabella defeats Woodland, 55-14. Aliceville over Greene County, 46-6. Lamar County over Winston, 43-35. Tuscaloosa Academy over Cold Springs, 48-26. Holly Pond over Cleveland, 34-26. It was Pleasant Valley over Gaston, 50-20. J.B. Pennington over Southeastern, 42-12. Collinsville over North Sand Mountain, final score there, 56-7. Whitesburg Christian over Shamrock, 38-22. Back with more right after this.
$500 over invoice now at Tony Sarah Ford. Every new Ford on the lot, $500 over invoice when you trade in finance with Tony Sarah Ford, plus 3.9% financing for 72 months. Save thousands on new F-150s and more, all backed by Sarah's lifetime warranty. No charge. Every new Ford, $500 over invoice at Tony Sarah Ford. In Sylacauga, TonySarahFord.com.
Jackson Drugs on Cherokee Road in Alexander City is ready to kick the football season off. Auburn plates, towels, earrings, bracelets, picture frames and cups, Alabama trays, cups, plates, game day t-shirts and bags for both teams. Hey Georgia Bulldog fans, we've got you covered too. Drop in today and check out our gift shop. Go team!
Serving East Central Alabama since 2005, we are Coosa Valley Respiratory and Home Medical.
This is Kayla Tenney with Really Real Real Estate, serving Calhoun and surrounding areas. I am your local agent here supporting your local community, and I am a proud sponsor of the Friday Night Network. I am so excited to get to watch all the local athletes on Friday nights from the sidelines. To all of our band members, football players, cheerleaders, and coaches, good luck and have a great and safe season.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years' experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
In Alabama, school spirit is in the air on Friday nights. At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're giving our customers the opportunity to show their school spirit every day with our new Spirit debit card. We've designed a unique card for every Calhoun County school that includes the school's logo. So every time you use the card, you're showing your school spirit. Come in and get your school spirit debit card today. We've got spirit at FNN Bank. Service, solutions, and strength. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Today's real estate market requires expertise to navigate the buying and selling of property. You need a realtor that looks at you like family and not a dollar sign. If you've been thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate, contact the trusted agent, Alan Ray. He can educate you and walk you through the process from start to finish. And Alan Ray is here for support after the sale. His customers have access to him years later. You're more than a number, and you should be treated that way. And you are with Realtor Alan Ray.
To Tay Martin. Then Highland Home turns the ball over down at their 20-yard line. You see it all the time. The quarterback wasn't ready for the shotgun snap, and the snap hit him in the leg, and Reeltown recovers and takes it in from about 19 yards out. Arthur Wood scores on a 3-yard run, and it's 13-0, and that ended up being the halftime score. Highland Home got the second half kickoff. They drove it down and put it in the end zone on a 3-yard run by the quarterback, Bryce McKenzie, who's the best quarterback we've seen this year. And it's 13-7. Reeltown takes the ensuing kickoff, had a 60-something yard drive in about, I think it was 14 or 15 plays. Arthur Woods, the great Reeltown running back, scores on a 12-yard run to make it 21-7. But ensuing kickoff, here comes Highland Home back. McKenzie runs it in from 9 yards after a long drive, and it's 21-14, and we still got a lot of football to play. But Reeltown's defense stood firm, and wouldn't allow anything else out of the Highland Home offense. But just to tell you, show you how the statistics show how even this game was, JJ. First downs, Reeltown 12, Highland Home 12. Passing, Reeltown's Jake Hornsby was 7 out of 10 with 1 interception and 122 yards and a touchdown. Bryce McKenzie, 7 out of 17. He did have an interception and he had 131 yards. Rushing, Reeltown had 148 yards. Highland Home had 129. So total yards, Reeltown 270, Highland Home 260.
Gosh.
It was just that close, and of course, us being the big Rebel fans we are, 55 years ago, I was the Reeltown quarterback, JJ, the captain of the 1968 team.
There you go.
I felt like after doing 4 quarters of this play-by-play, I felt like I had played. It was just that kind of game, and it was for the region championship. both teams coming in undefeated and having so much on the line, and it was just a great win for Coach Matt Johnson and his Reeltown Rebels.
That's awesome. It sounds like that turnover early in the game really ended up being the difference.
Difference in the game, yeah. They did have Highland Home did have another intercepted pass, but that didn't enter in on the scoring. But yeah, that early turnover in the red zone gave Reeltown an easy one, really, and they took the lead and they never trailed in the game.
Wow. Well, just a fun game between two great 2A teams, and the 2A playoffs are looking like they're going to be a lot of fun to watch, too. Fred Randall, Huey, WACQ Radio in Tallahassee, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, JJ. Have a good night.
All right, man. You too. Yeah, let me knock out a couple of these 2A scores that I didn't quite get to. Hatton over Red Bay, 36-24. Lexington over Sheffield, 64-12. And Falkville over Tharptown, 46-6. Yeah, Reeltown's been dominant all year, and so has Highland Home, and they've both been really good.
You know, I have a recurring dream, a fantasy, if you will, that at some point somebody's going to say goodbye to me too when they hang up.
Well, I think
they get a lot of goodbye JJs.
I think Garcia does it once in a while.
You know, most people are very happy to tell me goodbye.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah. All right, Scores on the Four is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Luke, the 1A top 10.
In 1A, it was number 1 Leroy shutting out number 4 Milry 26-0. Man, the Leroy bag, it sort of takes me back, being this good.
Yeah.
Because anyway, that's when I first started doing this. Leroy was always such a powerhouse. Number 2 Elba 64, Pleasant Home 14. It was number 3 Sweetwater 42, St. Luke 7. Number 5, Lochapoka 31, Billingsley 21. Number 6, Lynn, they defeat number 8, South Lamar 47-20. Number 7, Wadley also puts up 47 points in a win, but they shut out Talladega County Central 47-0. Number 9, Decatur Heritage had the week off, and number 10, Coosa Christian 51, Woodville 0.
All right, some other scores now from around 1A, where Southern Choctaw defeated Fruitdale 46-0. Brantley over Red Level, 54-13. Houston County had a big lead on McKenzie late, 36-18. Florala over Kinston, 53-3. Linden gets the 1-0 win over A.L. Johnson. It was Keith over R.C. Hatch, 34-6. University Charter over Marengo, 44-0. Notasulga over Calhoun, 42-20. Maplesville, 49-0 over Verbena. Berry, 44-8 over Brilliant. It was Holy Spirit 26, Summerton Christian 25. Marion County 41, Hubbardville 28. Spring Garden 42, Raglan 27. Cedar Bluff 21, Appalachian 16. Meek 26, Cherokee 12. Addison 54, Phillips 0. And Shoals Christian 68, Waterloo 0. That is Scores on the Fours, brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Our recruiting expert, John Garcia Jr., joins us next.
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours. Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
Passion, the obsession that burns within. Determination, the burning desire to make it. Drive, the motivation to be the absolute best. Skills, the tools to perform at the highest level. Excellence, the feeling of achievement. At Central Alabama Community College, you can release your passion, show your determination, display your drive, and showcase your skills to achieve excellence. Central Alabama Community College, central to you, central to your success.
I wish that people got less excited about celebrities and more excited about people like teachers and firemen. You know, folks who make a difference every day. Well, I bet you had a favorite teacher or a family member who was helped by a first responder. Life Insurance offers these everyday heroes a little something extra, like discounts to help those who help others.
If you're a teacher, preacher, first responder, active military, a state or federal employee, see what Alpha can do for you.
Hey Wildcats, Coach Grider here. Just like on the field on Friday nights, safety is the key when you're behind the wheel. Remember, distracted driving is one of the main contributors to car crashes. Stay focused, keep your eyes on the road, and put the phone away. Drive smart, drive safe, and go Wildcats.
This has been a message from the Alabama Department of Transportation with Drive Safe Alabama, reminding everyone to always buckle up to and from the games and don't text and drive.
No, wrong! Bring it in, guys! Take a knee! Let's go over this again. Who starts off with a real Coke taste? Coca-Cola! And then Coca-Cola pitches the real Coke taste to who? Coca-Cola! How is Coca-Cola going to give a real Coke taste to itself? Take a lap, genius! Coca-Cola takes a snap and then pitches the real Coke taste to Coke Zero running up on the right. You got it? Yeah! At that point, we fake punt the real Coke taste. Who fakes the punt?
Coke Zero Cola.
Take a lap! Coke Zero! Real Coke taste!
0 calories!
Main Street Family Urgent Care.
Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care opens 7 days a week.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
Welcome back to the AHSA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. As we welcome in now from Rivals.com, the best recruiting expert in the business, Mr. John Garcia Jr. How you doing, John?
Doing well. It's crazy that we're getting towards playoff time across the country and certainly in the state of Alabama. So, yeah, it's everything's flying by this time of year.
John, we were just talking, and you inspired me to, my goodness, you inspired me to look on this video of Chase Jackson from Moody getting a one-handed pick six where he just skied. It looked like he just kept rising up. I think he would have blocked a kick from anywhere on the field. My goodness, what a catch. I know it's not good radio for me to say that, and maybe Ryan back in our production booth can get this put on for television. That is an amazing interception. I mean, he was just absolutely skying for that one.
Yeah, how about Chase Jackson, committed to Coastal Carolina, a program that recruits the state of Alabama very consistently, and it looks like they're getting a pretty good one with Chase. One-handed catch on a play that was kind of a trick play, a misdirection throwback style play. He skies and not only comes down with the one-handed interception, but then returns for a touchdown. So, yeah, it looks like the Chanticleers are getting a pretty nice secondary prospect, but they might want to think about him playing a little bit of offense when he gets up there for college.
Might want to think about him playing a little basketball.
Or that.
Yeah. Okay, well, who else is out there that you're excited about? Look, around the nation, there have been some commits. I know L.J. McCray commits to Florida. That was a big pickup. At one time, I know Auburn was on his list for sure. Auburn also got a commitment from Caleb Harris out of Thompson. Talk a little bit about those two guys.
Well, yeah, McCray, speaking of basketball, a guy who was kind of known as a basketball player, tight end, who now is working more on defense as a senior, and he's really blossomed and bought into that side of the ball at 6'6", 270 pounds. Huge SEC battle went down, like you said, and the Florida Gators keep him within state lines, so a really big deal for Billy Napier and company. And then Caleb Harris, kind of unheralded at Thompson compared to some of their defensive stars over the last several years, but you talk about a grown man, you can't watch Thompson play without him having an enforcer type of role or play or big hit in a game. I know he had a big sack against Hoover tonight, so you need that. It's great to talk flash with corners or pass rushers, but you need those enforcers, those downhill football players on defense, especially in the SEC. So good for Auburn to extend their Thompson pipeline with that football commitment.
John, let me ask you a kind of a team-specific thing here. We had this discussion yesterday on one of the shows around here. The Auburn Tigers this year, I don't know if you've seen this stat, they have just over 400 yards of yards after the catch, right? Yak yards. Just over 400 yards is good for 126th in the nation. Just to give you a good example, Georgia leads the SEC, and they're over like 1,400 yards. So it's a 1,000-yard difference from one to the other. When they're recruiting and you see guys like like Perry Thompson and the receivers that they're recruiting, these guys have an opportunity to step in and make a difference in that right away, don't they?
Absolutely. That's one of the sort of slow build benefits you get with coaching turnover and such a stylistic difference like we're getting with Auburn under Hugh Freeze. I think we'll see even a bigger jump going into 24. But like you said, if you're Perry Thompson, Bryce Kane, Malcolm Simmons, I mean, they've got a great receiver class committed. They're trying to add Cam Coleman as that final piece to that puzzle. You got to imagine one or maybe even two of those guys are going to have an opportunity, and all of them are very good today after the catch. So if you're an Auburn fan, kind of hang tight. The reinforcements are on the way in high school, and the transfer portal is going to play a part as well. But there's no doubt that that's one of the big, underwhelming areas that they'll address through talent acquisition, and high school recruiting in the state of Alabama is where that starts.
What's the latest with Ryan Williams and his potential reclassification to the 2024 class?
Well, we started to see a couple of those dominoes fall nationally, kids going from 2025 to 2024. Usually it's an academic situation. You find out a little bit more right around playoff time. So right around where we are right now, we'll find out if some of these kids can begin to make that transition. I know in the state of Florida, Armando Blunt just made that move, and he flipped his verbal commitment, so kind of a crazy situation in the state of Florida. But he's going to graduate early and enroll in January. I think if Williams does it, as far as what I'm hearing, it'll be more of a traditional reclass, meaning he'll still be on campus throughout spring football.
All right, John Garcia Jr., Rivals.com. Thank you so much for the time, my friend.
Always a pleasure, fellas. Y'all take care.
All
Thank
right.
you, buddy.
Do we have an AISA? All right. We've got to do scores on the fours. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Luke, why don't you take us through the AISA top 10?
I shall, as I very conveniently have the paper right in front of me.
Yes.
This works out great. Number 1, Glenwood. They lose at number 4, Chambers tonight, 20-14. It was number 2, Lowndes versus Hooper. We don't have a score just yet. Number 3, Lee Scott, 35, and Edgewood, 6. Number 5, Banks, 31, Valiant, nothing. It was number 6, Patrician, taking on number 7, Wilcox, but we don't have a score just yet. Number 8, Fort Dale, 35, and Escambia, 22. Number 9, Jackson had the week off. And number 10, Autauga, 31, Macon East, 7.
All right, scores on the fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Let me ask you this, Luke, because I didn't get a chance to ask John. If Ryan Williams reclassifies, it's going to come in next year. That can be good and that can be bad. Is he physically mature enough to play now?
Look, at this point, JJ, I think yes. He was a man amongst boys in the state championship game last year. I think that he could certainly come in and help Alabama next year. There's no doubt in my mind.
Okay. When we come back from this break, we will have our Spotlight interview. So stick around for that. And thanks again to John Garcia Jr., Rivals.com, for joining us on the Southeastern Land Group hotline. Whether you're buying or selling rural land in the Southeast, Southeastern Land Group is the place to start. Visit selandgroup.com. Stay with us. More to come.
Lake Martin Tractor and Outdoor wants you to know we appreciate a great year from all of East Central Alabama, and now our inventory of superior zero-turn mowers from Spartan and Mahindra Tractors is on the move. Shop Lake Martin Tractor for outstanding deals, finance rates as low as 0% and low payments. Spartan mowers as low as $84 per month. Mahindra four-wheel drive tractors and loader packages as low as $399 per month, including cutter, box blade, and 20-foot trailers. Spring into 22 at Lake Martin Tractor and Outdoor, Highway 280 in Alexander City, or online lakemartintractor.com.
Hi, this is Andrew McGreer at Dunning Roofing. At Dunning Roofing, we specialize in high-quality, premium roofs. We don't build roofs that just meet code requirements. We build quality roofs with premium materials that significantly exceed our competitors' warranties. We put money on your roof, not in our pockets. If you're looking for a top-quality roof, call Dunning Roofing today for your free quote at 256-307-7601 or visit us at DunningRoofingAL.com for more information.
There's only one clear choice in the Lake Martin area for plumbing, heating, and air. That's All Clear Plumbing and Air. Our professionally trained technicians offer full service repair and
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store, from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
From the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
Hey, this is Kayla Tenney with Really Real Real Estate, serving Calhoun and surrounding areas. I am your local agent here supporting your local community, and I am a proud sponsor of the Friday Night Network. I am so excited to get to watch all the local athletes on Friday nights from the sidelines. To all of our band members, football players, cheerleaders, and coaches, good luck and have a great and safe season.
Family owned and operated for over 50 years, Miller Funeral Home is committed to providing families with the finest services for their loved ones, including our newest service, Aquamation. Aquamation is a gentle, respectful, and eco-friendly alternative to flame cremation. Miller Funeral Home is the only facility in the state of Alabama that offers the Aquamation service. Call us or visit our website today to learn more about how we can serve you and your loved ones.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
Went into the profession because they wanted to help patients. No matter the reason you decided to become a nurse, you have all the tools needed to advance your degree at Jacksonville State University. Our Master's in Nursing program is now offered fully online and can be completed in less than 2 years. You can customize a flexible course schedule so you can receive your advanced education degree all while working on the front line. JSU Nursing, your opportunity to advance your career and serve your community.
Russell Do-It Center and building supply stores have the tools and materials to get the job done right, whether you're a professional contractor or just a weekend do-it-yourselfer. With everyday customer conveniences like a drive-through lumberyard, price match promise, and our Best Rewards program, each of our 9 locations offer top brands and building materials like lumber, hardware, tools, paint, lawn and garden, and much more. Visit today and see what Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply can help you build tomorrow.
The taste of the South starts out here. However you roll into work, you can bring the flavor with Jack's Breakfast Catering. Huge scratch-made buttermilk biscuits and hearty breakfast sandwiches, mixed or matched, starting at just $15. Don't forget to add delicious fresh ground Royal Cup coffee and classic breakfast sides, because great work starts with great breakfast. Breakfast catering starting at $15 from Jack's. All about the South.
Main Street Family Urgent Care.
Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care open 7 days a week.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
I wish that people got less excited about celebrities and more excited about people like teachers and firemen. You know, folks that make a difference every day. Well, I bet you had a favorite teacher or a family member who was helped by a first responder. Life Insurance offers these everyday heroes a little something extra, like discounts to help those who help others.
If you're a teacher, preacher, first responder, active military, a state or federal employee, see what Alpha can do for you.
Passion, the obsession that burns within. Determination, the burning desire to make it. Drive, the motivation to be the absolute best. Skills, the tools to perform at the highest level. Excellence, the feeling of achievement. At Central Alabama Community College, you can release your passion, show your determination, display your drive, and showcase your skills to achieve excellence. Central Alabama Community College. Central to you. Central to your success.
Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Jay and Luke with you. We've really enjoyed talking to our guests tonight about some of these big games going on all over the state. We're 2 weeks away from the playoffs. Next week is always interesting.
Always.
Because you have a lot of teams that have a week off.
Yeah, and you don't really know what you're going to get from those that don't have the week off.
Yeah, those that don't have the week off may or may not play certain players. They may want to rest some people up. But, you know, now some people will have playoff lives on the line, too. They'll need wins. So it'll be interesting to watch as we get into that.
And you know, JJ, I don't know how you feel about it, but I think it could be something where we could fix this. I mean, but there's part of me that goes, I get it, because you think about Alabama and Auburn playing, you know, the cupcake right before they play each other. But at the same time, then Alabama and Auburn also play the Iron Bowl right before the SEC championship.
Right.
And I guess as a fan, I like it more when you have. I don't like the fluff games late in the year.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Let's get back into scores on the fours. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Luke, the 7A Top 10 once again.
7A Top 10, where number 1, Central Phoenix City had the week off. It was number 2, Thompson, 21, Hoover, 11. Number 3, Mary Montgomery, they get the win 6-0. Oh, excuse me, 56-0. This is a big difference over Robertsdale. It was number 4, Dothan, 38, Opelika, 34. Number 5, Auburn keeps winning. They shut out Prattville, 48-0. Number 6, Vestavia Hills, 45, Tuscaloosa County, nothing. Number 7, Enterprise, 41, and JAG, 8. Number 8, Baker, they defeat Fairhope 21-16. Number 9, Hewitt-Trussville 49, Chelsea 20, and number 10, Austin 52, Huntsville 25.
In 6A, number 1, Saraland 42-13 over number 9, Theodore. Number 2, Clay Chalkville over Shades Valley 52-28. Number 3, Hillcrest Tuscaloosa 48-21 over McAdory. Number 4, Muscle Shoals had the week off. Number 5, Parker 56-0 over Huffman on Thursday night. Number 6, Helena's defeated by Benjamin Russell 20-17. Number 7, Mountain Brook over Gardendale 56-42. Number 8, Hartselle had the week off. And number 10, Oxford 35-14 over Center Point. Scores on the fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles, with a 90-year-old family recipe available in a store near you. It is time now to get to our Spotlight interview for the week. Enjoy the Spotlight. We'll be back with more scores in just a few moments. It's time now for the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show Spotlight interview. Brought to you by Central Alabama Community College. Central to you, central to your success. Visit cacc.edu. And joining us now on the Spotlight interview is Mr. Ken Washington. He is the Director of Officiating at the Alabama High School Athletic Association. And Mr. Washington, we're glad to have you here with us, and we appreciate you coming on.
I appreciate you, JJ. How's your day going?
Going really well. You know, it's football season. We love that around here. So,
yeah.
Let's get into first of all, a little bit of your background. Tell us about your history and kind of how you came to this position with the AHSAA.
Oh, wow. Okay. Man, I started off officiating. I was also a physical education major, coach. Before I got into officiating, I started officiating at 27 with the sport of basketball, football, volleyball. And my basketball career kind of took off. I always felt like I could go back to coaching at any time. So I really pursued basketball as far as an officiating vocation. It took me about 2 years after doing high school. I was involved in the NBA program, working as a NBA development official. Got an opportunity to officiate 12 NBA games. And once I was released from that program, I worked in the SEC for 6 years and various other Division I colleges in the sport of basketball, and I always had a passion and a desire to give back to officiating as a teacher or an instructor, and share the tools and all the advice and knowledge that I received from these professionals and on a higher level, and be able to give back to high school sports in a general officiating philosophy principle.
So,
and that's kind of how I ended up where I'm at.
Yeah. So I'm curious because I know you guys are always recruiting for officials. You always are in need of more officials, and it's one of those things where I'm sure there are certain characteristics that you think a good official should have, right? What are some of those?
Just a love and passion for the sport. It's nothing you can't deny passion and love for something. And if you have those things, you'll be willing to sacrifice some time to develop as an official and to get better. In order to be successful in officiating, you have to work at it, just like anything else.
What about, I know every year that it seems like there are rules that come along or rule changes or clarifications or points of emphasis in the rules. What are some of the points of emphasis that the AHSA is working on this year?
We can just start with football. There has been some clarification in the sport of football where now only the player who's receiving the direct snap is only allowed to throw the ball away. Last year, anyone that was behind the line of scrimmage was able to throw the ball away, and now they've got some clarification on that. So that was an adjustment for some of our coaches, and I think it was a good change, and I think everybody's in agreement with that change. In the sport of basketball is where you start seeing some unusual things. We're now shooting 2-shot fouls on the 5th foul, and they reset every quarter, just like women's college game and the NBA's game. So we kind of moved in that direction. And the reason for that is to reduce physicality in the one-on-one situation, to reduce injury. And also, you will find that it's going to speed up the game a little bit. So that'll be an adjustment for everyone, just realizing that we're going to be in a bonus situation on the 15th foul. The other the other change was demarcation spots in the front court in regards to fouls and violation and timeouts. The ball would be taken out other than out of bounds. If it's an out of bounds, it would be taken out wherever the ball went out of bounds in the front court or the back court. But in the front court only, if there's a timeout, foul, or violation, it will be going to the 28-foot line on either side or the 3-foot posted up mark outside of the free throw line, the lane line. So it would be on either side, just depending on the foul and violation, where the ball, where the violation occurred or the foul occurred. So that'll be a change for people, but I think it's a good change where coaches know where the ball is going to be taken out. They can already start preparing to practice plays from those spots, because you will find that a lot of that's where the ball is going to be thrown in at. So they can at least be prepared for those throw-ins with plays, and maybe they execute that, and we can get some more scoring and not so much fouling of just trying to get the ball in those tough throwing spot corners and things of that nature.
And it's always, there's so many reasons that these rule changes come about, but I think player safety, I would think, is key when rule changes come around. Pace of the game, you mentioned that. Making things more clear. Am I missing anything? Those are some of the things I would think that cause rule changes, right?
Yeah, and then just being able to communicate, like in the sport of baseball, and this is a new rule where the coach can have a one-way radio to give the play to the catcher, and it has to be, the coach has to be in the dugout, can't be outside of the dugout, and that's just a way they can get that call into that catcher. So that's going to be unique to see that, and then of course possibly some other sports are going to want to do it. Right now we're not doing that in softball, but I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be brought to the table, and we'll probably see that down the road. But right now it's in the sport of baseball, so that's going to be unique where we're starting to use electronics to get a play in to our players. But it should be a one-way radio between the catcher and the coach.
Mr. Washington, thank you so much for the time, and good luck on the rest of this season, and we appreciate the work you guys do.
Man, I appreciate everything you guys do, and thank you so much for promoting officiating in our state. It is much needed, and without officials, our kids would not have an opportunity to play. So thank you for promoting officiating in Alabama.
The AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show Spotlight Interview is brought to you by Central Alabama Community College. Central to you, central to your success. Visit cacc.edu. All right, welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. We got more scores to go through, Luke. Let's hit the 5A Top 10 and scores on the fours, presented by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles.
5A Top 10, number 1, Gulf Shores 42, number 9, Viger 12. Ramsey defeated Carver Birmingham last night 41-12. It was number 3, Central Clay 30, Russell County 14. Number 4, Pleasant Grove 55, Jasper nothing. That game was played on Thursday. Number 5, Southside-Gadsden 21. Number 8, Moody 34, so big win for Moody right there. Number 6, Fairview, they lose at number 10, Russellville 31-14. Number 7, Leeds gets a victory over Lincoln 30-14. And that's going to wrap up the 5A.
In the 4A classification, one of the marquee games of the night, number 1, Andalusia goes on the road to number 3, Montgomery Catholic. Montgomery Catholic gets the win 27-14. Number 2, Cherokee County rolls over Asheville 56-7. It was number 4, Jackson, 45-0 over Wilcox Central. Number 5, West Morgan, 62 over Wilson 0. It was number 6, Hanley, 35-14 over Munford. Number 7, Jacksonville, 62-0 over White Plains. Number 8, Corner, is knocked off by Haleyville, 32-13. It's a big game in that region. Number 9, Bibb County, 54-0 over Hope. And number 10, Aniana, 55, and Good Hope, 42. Scores on the fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. When we come back, you know we got to talk about some Saturday stuff. We gotta get that, and then we'll go into one more scores on the fours. Maybe give you a few more top tens along the way as we close things out. Scores on the fours brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles with a 90-year-old family recipe. They're available in a store near you. As always, I highly recommend the hula pickle if you can find them. We'll be back.
Jackson Apothecary, located in Newside, Alabama on Highway 22 East, is open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5:30. Now, Brad Jackson says, hey, it's organized, it's clean, it's for you. Vitamins, medical supplies, household items, they even have a drive-thru. Let me give you their number, 256-392-3448. That's 256-392-3448. Jackson Apothecary.
Lewis Pest Control is now serving Alexander City and the entire Lake Martin area. They've been family owned and operated for over 60 years. Whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial, Lewis has environmentally safe products for all your pest control needs. Lewis Pest Control.
Lay your best to rest. Call the best. Lewis Pest Control.
Since 1908, many talented tradesmen and women have proudly represented
For local and long-distance 24-hour towing or paint and body shop work at affordable prices, call David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive in Jacksonville. You want excellent customer service? You always get quality workmanship. Plus, they're insured, licensed, and bonded. Here's the number, 256-435-7083. Located at 1116 Alexandria Road Southwest in Jacksonville. Steve Rayburn at David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive wishes good luck to all our area teams.
Get the look of summer year-round at Sunkissed Tanning in Alexandria. Life's an adventure. Adjust as you go. It's the time of year when your schedule is busier than ever. You'll find level 4 bronzing beds, spray tanning, or a tanning booth to meet all your tanning needs. Refer 3 friends and get a free visit. With school back in, maintain your summer color with a full line of enhancer lotions. You'll also find extended hours during the season. Call 256-403-6014 or follow us on Instagram and Facebook for special offers. Sunkissed Tanning, Suite E in the shopping center next to Foodland in Alexandria.
Today's real estate market requires expertise to navigate the buying and selling of property. You need a realtor that looks at you like family and not a dollar sign. If you've been thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate, contact the trusted agent, Alan Ray. He can educate you and walk you through the process from start to finish. And Alan Ray is here for support after the sale. His customers have access to him years later. You're more than a number, and you should be treated that way. And you are with Realtor Alan Ray.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Alabama high school sports like we do. This is the AHSAA Radio Network. Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Before we move on, let me get us caught up on some scores here. 3A top 10, number 1 Mobile Christian over number 6 Thomasville, 45-14. Number 2 Madison Academy, 55-7 over Susan Moore. Number 3 Gordo had the week off. Number 4 Mars Hill, 36-35 over 5A Scottsboro. Number 5 St. James had the week off. Number 7 Lauderdale County, 41, Colbert Heights 7. Number 8 Sylvania, 30-7 over Westbrook Christian. Number 9 Geraldine, 54-7 over Glencoe. And number 10 Houston Academy, 56-14 over Providence Christian. All right, Luke, Alabama has the week off, preparing for LSU. Auburn's 0-4 in the SEC. If you don't think this Auburn-Mississippi State game is a big deal, it's a big deal to these two teams. Auburn is 0-4 in the league. Mississippi State is, I guess, 1-3, 1-4, whatever they are. Auburn needs this win. How do they get it?
Well, I think that try to play mistake-free football. If they'll just do that, I think they'll win. They have more talent than Mississippi State, but I don't think the gap is as wide as it's been historically. I mean, right. Mississippi State has some dudes, but they don't. You know, Nathaniel Watson from Maplesville is playing really well right now. I think he was SEC Co-Defensive Player of the Week last week. So they're pretty good there. And Jaquavius Marks, though he's banged up, is a really good running back. I think, though, both teams are pretty anemic offensively. So if Auburn is at home, I think you got to give them a few extra bonus points for that. I mean, I could see Auburn winning this thing by a touchdown or so.
Yeah. I like Auburn to win this game. I really, I don't know about the rotating quarterbacks thing. I know that's been a big topic of conversation all week.
That's got to stop. I think that's just got to stop, JJ. It's such a bad idea. And we've seen it work a couple of times. Yes, 99 Alabama wins an SEC title with
Spurrier did it.
Spurrier did it. You really, you also had two really good quarterbacks
right.
in both those instances. In this instance, you really don't have either quarterback is neither one of them is very good, and we don't even know if they can be good because they can't get in a rhythm.
Yeah, I think if it's me, and it's not, otherwise my paycheck would be a lot larger.
They would have already fired me because I want the buyout.
Yeah, if it was me, I think similar to Alabama's situation with Jalen Milroe. Yes, Jalen Milroe is going to make some mistakes, and he's going to make you pound your head on the desk sometimes. He's going to go 1 for 9 for 4 yards in the second half, stuff like that. But he also gives you some game-breaking physical ability that you don't have with the other guys. And to me, that's Robbie Ashford. And while I don't think Robbie Ashford is is right now a top-tier SEC quarterback, I do think he gives you the ability to make big plays that Peyton Thorne doesn't give you.
Yeah, a lot of people may go the opposite of me on this. If I had to win a game tomorrow, and you said you can only play one, I'm playing Robbie Ashford.
Yeah.
If I go, okay, we're going to try and get you better for the future, I'm picking Peyton Thorne. And the reason is because I think Peyton Thorne can throw a straightforward pass.
Right.
Now, his hadn't been great, but he does have enough escapability. I think his run against Georgia is probably longer than any run Robbie Ashford's had this year.
Yeah, no, you're probably right there, but it's going to be an interesting game. I think Auburn wins the game. It's something like 24-10, something like that. Let's get to our final scores on the fours for tonight. You have the 2A top 10, Luke.
Number 1, B.B. Comer, 49, Fayetteville, nothing. That game was played on Thursday. Number 2, Highland Home loses at number 4, Reeltown, 21-14 in a classic. Number 3, 546, Eider, nothing. Number 5, Pisgah over Section, 50-20. Number 6, Cottonwood, 38, Geneva County, nothing. Number 7, Locust Fork, 51, West End, 12. Number 8, Tanner, they lose at home to Boonesville, Mississippi, 48-21. Number 9, Sullivan had the week off. And number 10, Goshen, 62, Horseshoe Bend, 38.
In the 1A classification, number 1, Leroy moves to 8-0 with a 26-0 shutout win over number 4, Milry. Number 2, Elba, they remain unbeaten, 64-14 over Pleasant Home. Number 3, Sweetwater, they defeat St. Luke's out of 2A. Final score there, 42-7. Number 5, Lochapoka remains unbeaten with a 31-21 win over Billingsley. It was number 6, Lynn, impressive 47-20 win over number 8, South Lamar. Number 7, Wadley, 47-0 over Talladega County Central. Number 9, Decatur Heritage had the week off. And number 10, Coosa Christian, 51-0 over Woodville. Scores on the fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. We got one more week in the regular season. We'll do that show next week, and then we'll get ready for playoff time. By next week, we should be able to set the table on a lot of playoff matchups, so lots to talk about next week. We'll be back next Friday night at 10 p.m. to do just that. For Ryan Fuller behind the glass and Luke Robinson, and special thanks tonight to Reed Slayton for gathering some scores. We appreciate you guys being here. We'll do it again next week on the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show.
Inspired by the bold bison, Southern Union students blaze new trails every single day. They press forward knowing their SU education will lead them to success. Affordable, accessible, and locally unparalleled. Whether you're transitioning to a university or launching straight into a lucrative career, a degree from SU SDC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations, dedicated faculty and staff, endless possibilities. It's all waiting for you at Southern Union. It's time to venture forward. Register today.
No, wrong! Bring it in, guys! Take a knee! Let's go over this again. Who starts off with a real Coke taste? Coca-Cola! And then Coca-Cola pitches the real Coke taste to who? Coca-Cola! How is Coca-Cola going to give a real Coke taste to itself? Take a lap, genius! Coca-Cola takes a snap and then pitches the real Coke taste to Coke Zero running up on the right. You got it? Yeah! At that point, we fake punt the real Coke taste. Who fakes the punt? Coke Zero! Take a lap! Coke Zero! Real Coke taste! 0 calories!
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours. Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
Take home your AHSAA officially licensed merchandise today. Just click ahsaa.teamip.com and shop for event t-shirts, sweatshirts, tie-dye designs, or add your name to get your gear personalized. Team fans can get an official state championship apparel at our official online store. You pick it, we'll make it with our digital-to-garment technology, hot off the press and sent straight to you. Or at your next championship game, check out Team IP's booth. Visit ahsaa.teamip.com.
Passion, the obsession that burns within. Determination, the burning desire to make it. Drive, the motivation to be the absolute best. Skills, the tools to perform at the highest level. Excellence, the feeling of achievement. At Central Alabama Community College, you can release your passion, show your determination, display your drive, and showcase your skills to achieve excellence. Central Alabama Community College, central to you, central to your success.
Thanks for joining us here on the AHSAA Radio Network. You've been listening to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show, presented by Central Alabama Community College, the Alabama Department of Transportation, Main Street Family Care, Jacksonville State University, Russell Do-It Centers, Southeastern Land Group, Southern Union State Community College, and by wickedly delicious Wickles Pickles. This is the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show.